July 1st, 1916. For the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, it would be the deadliest day of the First World War. The Dominion of Newfoundland had no army of its own. But when the call went out, hundreds came forward. Not trained soldiers, but students, store clerks, teachers, and fishermen. By spring, they were in France, near Beaumont Hamel, working tirelessly to take back the Western Front. July 1st, 9:15 in the morning, 800 troops storm out of the trenches into no man's land. They didn't stand a chance. A generation of young Newfoundlanders gone within the hour. The regiment's soldiers obliterated before their lives truly began. July 1st, 1916, a day of tragic loss. 100 years later, we remember these soldiers for their valor, their bravery, their sacrifice. Good morning and welcome to the rooms in St. John's. I'm Anthony Germain. It is Memorial Day.
And I'm Heather Hiscox. What a pleasure to be here with you, Anthony, sharing the hosting duties and sharing in this day of reflection and commemoration.
A lot of people remember that you were here last year, Heather, and many people are very happy to see that you're with us again, because part of today's story, of course, will be broadcast to a national audience as the rest of the country gets set to celebrate Canada Day. The tradition here in Newfoundland and Labrador, of course, is the first half of the day is usually spent mourning what happened 100 years ago on this very day today. July 1st, always a very bittersweet day, and we are going to look at the battle that happened at Beaumont Hamel, that opening day of the Battle of the Somme, the devastation and the impact that had, and that still has to this very day.
There's no doubt. July 1st, the Battle of Beaumont Hamel, that is an event that remains seared on the memory of Newfoundlanders, and we see that, proof of that every year in the crowds that gather, the people in large numbers around the National War Memorial. Let's show you that first of all this morning live. There you see the flame held aloft, the torch of freedom, the sword aloft as a call to duty, and all around that beautiful monument, the crowd gathering by the thousands. And why? Well, they always do, as we mentioned, of course, for Memorial Day, but this year perhaps for the 100th, an even greater number, and also because there is a royal guest today for the commemorations, Princess Anne, whose great-grandfather, King George V, was the monarch who bestowed the title of royal on what was the Newfoundland Regiment, the only regiment to earn that distinction in the First World War. That happened in 1917. She is now the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, and she will be attending the ceremonies today.
And we'll certainly be bringing you a coverage of the Princess Royal as she makes her way from downtown St. John's, and she'll be coming here to the rooms, the Provincial Museum, for part of the ceremonies here, and she'll be one of the first people to get a look at a fantastic exhibit which you and I were given the privilege of a sneak peek, and that's commemorating not just the battle at Beaumont Hamel, but really the regiment during the First World War. And it's difficult to talk about today without actually mentioning the weather. A lot of people think the sun never shines in St. John's, but it's almost fitting going back to July 1st, because the weather on that day was absolutely spectacular, just like this, bright and sunny, much to the disadvantage of the regiment.
Exactly. Bright, sunny, and warm, and there is someone who is going to be able to tell us exactly about that day, because we are so fortunate today to have a number of guests who are going to share their stories and offer their insights and knowledge, and no one has more than Ed Roberts, our guest, former Lieutenant Governor, former Honorary Colonel of the regiment. Good morning to you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join.
Well, it's a pleasure. As we say, echoing back to 100 years ago, and as we begin today, what are your thoughts overall on this day and the 100th anniversary, Ed?
Oh, two. The first is has to be the gallantry and the courage, devotion to duty, whatever words you want, of the men who had actually attacked. They knew what they were doing, and they knew they didn't stand a chance. They really did. I mean, they started from the rear line. They came up on a little ridge line, well behind their own front lines, and they were silhouetted. It was just like a turkey shoot. And yet every man went forward. And why did they start so far back? Because the two battalions, the four, two on each side that had gone before them, were wiped out. But also, this is the kind of day to remember all who served, particularly those who fell, but those who came home, and to ask why, and to make sure it doesn't happen again if we can. So it's a bittersweet day, but this is the 99th year we've observed it, and we've seen the crowds at the War Memorial. I can tell you from 30 years of experience, Heather, the crowds grow every year. They're larger and larger. It's quite moving.
Certainly, if you take a look at what's happening downtown right now at the National War Memorial, and for people who aren't aware of this, if you're from Ontario and you think that the National War Memorial is only in Ottawa, Newfoundland, of course, was its own country at the time, its own dominion, and that's why there's a National War Memorial here as well. Before joining Confederation, there was a memorial. But just to echo what Ed is saying, you take a look downtown. Ed, you and I have done Remembrance Day ceremonies from that very location, and certainly the crowd numbers in the thousands. And what I like, Ed, and I'm not sure if you agree, but I see a lot of young people in the crowd.
More and more younger people, families bringing their families down, and it's a way to teach them to remember what happened and to bring it home.
Did that change when Canada became involved in the Afghanistan mission? People were aware, a younger generation aware of?
I think so. And there was a mess dinner last night, the Beaumont Hamel mess dinner, and one of the guests of honor was a lady named Pinkson, whose son was a member of the 2nd Battalion, and I use the word was, died in Afghanistan. And that brought it home. I mean, there were Newfoundlanders there, and Newfoundlanders, there were other Newfoundlanders that died, but young Aaron Pinkson was very present last night in the minds of everybody there.
She will be here as part of the commemorations, later laying a wreath at the National War Memorial. Could I get your insight on something? If we could go back to the shot of the War Memorial, because I always, as I've come to visit Newfoundland many times, I like to stand there and just take it all in, because it's such an extraordinary capturing of all of the contributions that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians made. So you have the Royal Naval Regiment, you have the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, Royal Naval Reserve, and then you have the Forestry Corps, and you have the Merchant Navy, the Merchant Marines, all there.
They're shown in the figures.
Yes.
There are also plaques, some of them newly added, for the Afghanistan War, for the 1812 War, and the Second War. So they're all represented on this memorial. And it's a very moving memorial. It's been here since 1924. It was raised, largely paid for by the people of what was a relatively poor country financially.
They gave dollar
by
shares.
selling
Did
forget-me-nots.
Dollar shares.
They dollar shares, and the Women's Patriotic Association sold forget-me-nots that we're all wearing today, and the soldiers will be wearing them today. The Royal Newfoundland Regiment has some special privileges. One is they are allowed, or soldiers can't put whatever they want on their uniform, unless you'd have Coke bottle tops or who knows what. But the Royal Newfoundland Regiment are allowed to wear forget-me-not on their uniforms for Memorial Day, Remembrance Day, the 1st of July. And they'll be wearing them today. Every soldier will have a forget-me-not, and most of the guests.
And the forget-me-not, Ed, is interesting by comparison to the poppy, because it's actually
older than the poppy.
It's older than the poppy, and historically, I think in the 20s, it was sold as a fundraiser for some of the men who really didn't have much of a support system.
It was. Well, one of the tragedies of the war, I mean, we remember the men who were killed, but the men who were wounded, whether it was PTSD, which wasn't recognized or accepted or acknowledged, as well as physically wounded, came home and there was no support system. So the records, the files, are filled with stories of families that were destitute or nearly destitute because of their sons or their brothers or their husbands had been killed.
The choice of the flower itself, I was learning, it's interesting. It blooms in June here, doesn't it? So it's just perfect for July the 1st, and it's a hardy flower, so it's very emblematic
of the soldiers. It grows all over
soldiers.
Newfoundland, untended, and it can be cultivated, but it grows wild all over Newfoundland.
It has to be hardy because these days are pretty rare this time of year.
This is really lovely.
No, Anthony, that's a bit of a state secret. I mean, the normal St. John's weather.
And this year, these are actually very, very difficult to get because there was so much interest in the centenary that there are people still trying to find them because everybody went out and bought them in droves. So it's a beautiful symbol.
There is a beautiful close-up there on a lapel, and we will be seeing many of those. As Anthony suggests, they are in scarce supply in the city right now.
The dignitaries will be arriving shortly, Ed, and I wonder, as a former Lieutenant Governor, you were one of the great VIPs who was part of this ceremony many, many times. What did you enjoy about being part of this at the top? Because obviously you've had your own interaction with monarchy.
Well, this is the first time, I think, in many years we've had a member of the royal family here on the 1st of July. The Queen has been on occasions, but around the 11th of November. the opportunity or the to take part. I mean, the governor, who traditionally lays the first wreath. Now, there's going to be a wrinkle on that this morning, and rightly so. But the governor is simply there representing all the people of Newfoundland, and now Newfoundland and Labrador. And it's an honor to be able to do it, and to realize that, in my case, 90 years after the event, the memory is as vivid and as strong and as popular is not the word I want, but as much part of life in Newfoundland as it was on 99 years ago in 1970 when they held the first commemoration ceremony, they called it. So it's a great honor.
Princess Anne has been here for a couple of days now, and she's been around the community, a therapeutic riding center, and visiting, but she also revealed and bestowed new colors on the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. What is her connection? She's been Colonel-in-Chief for some time. Does she feel it keenly? Is she involved?
Very much so. This is the 4th time that she's been associated here with the regiment. She became the honor of the currently Colonel-in-Chief, which is the reserved for members of the royal family, and it's a great honor to have a royal family member as your Colonel-in-Chief. And she came here in 1991. In 2006, 10 years ago, I was Lieutenant Governor then, I was part of the group, we took the whole Newfoundland Regiment back, both battalions in the band, the first time since 3 or 4 days after the 1st of July 1916, they'd all stood on the battlefield. There's a picture of it, and a wonderful picture, Her Highness in the middle of it, and she was there. And I think we all became, I mean, I'm a great fan of the princess. I'm not a great fan of a lot of things, but this is a lady who works. She's wonderful. Let me give you a little example. We have time. You're not supposed to ask royal family for pictures. I mean, you don't take selfies with the Queen, right? Okay. After the event, and it was as hot as the devil on the 1st of July 2000, and I was wearing a green uniform, and we were all, so we maybe took off our tunics. There was a tent where the members of the regiment were gathered to have a glass of something, and the princess came over. And somebody came to me and said, can we ask her to take, whether she can, well, we can take a picture? And I said, well, the rules say no, but let me. So I spoke to her lady in waiting, and back came the word, gather them in groups of 8 or 10, and she will go from group to group, say hello to each of them, stand, have a photographer.
Isn't that wonderful?
Now this lady has got, it was, the scores of those pictures around.
Isn't that incredible? Well, she is the hardest working member of the royal family, more than 540 events.
I was looking at her program. Yes. She came here Tuesday. She's leaving tomorrow night.
Right. Started in
tonight.
Started in Corner Brook on the west coast.
Well, she has done, or will have done, 21 separate events in 3 days. Now, you're in public life, I've been in public life. That's a crushing schedule, and she's as good as gold. She's easy to talk to, personable, interested. Just a wonderful person.
So we will see her very shortly, as she is part of the commemorations
ceremony. She will be the last one
to
arrive this morning.
Right, at the National War Memorial. We're going to go back there now because Ed Roberts sharing some of his stories. Really today is about the stories. When you see what is inside the rooms in that beautiful new exhibition for the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, it is the stories of the soldiers and the families, the people at home. So this is about stories today for the next 4 hours. And with us to share the stories of the people who are in attendance, we have a number of our CBC Newfoundland reporters. Jeremy Eaton is with us, and I know you have a special guest there, Jeremy, so love to hear the story there.
Thanks, Heather. Down here at the War Memorial here in downtown St. John's, it usually gathers a big crowd, but this isn't any ordinary Memorial Day here in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's the 100th anniversary of Beaumont Hamel, as we all know, and there are thousands of people lining the street, and one of them is Leslie Galway. Leslie, why are you here today?
I'm here today to honor my grandfather, who was a Blue Petit, Thomas Horan.
And he was over in Beaumont Hamel?
Yes, he was. He was part of the contingent that day, 100 years ago. And he went over the top, and shortly after that, he was hit by shrapnel in the abdomen. And fortunately, he took his knapsack, brought it around the front, and I think many people know about the metal triangle on the knapsack. So he didn't know what he was doing at the time, but it protected him because it was on his stomach, and then he had to try to hold his stomach in and go back to the trench. So he made it back home on the 29th of December of 1916, and he was able to get married and have 22 children here on the South Side Road in St. John's, Newfoundland.
Now, I understand for the first time ever you're going to lay a wreath in his honor. Could you talk a little bit about the wreath that you have in your hand there?
Yes, this is a wreath that indicates his name and his number, which was 212. He was one of the Blue Puttees. We're very proud of him and all the people who fought with him. And this is on behalf of all his children and all his grandchildren and great-grandchildren that we're able to do this for him today.
And as somebody whose grandfather served over in Beaumont Hamel, why is this day so important, Memorial Day? Why is that day so important to you?
Well, it's the day of the battle. It's Dominion Day in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we've been coming here and watching him while he was alive till he was 96, when he would be here as well. And it's something he did for us, and we wouldn't be here if he hadn't survived. So it's very important.
Well, Leslie, we appreciate your story, and thanks so much for sharing it with us today. And we're going to throw it back to you, Heather and Anthony.
That's Jeremy Eaton, and stay tuned because later in the show, it's amazing, Heather. Some of my colleagues who work here, they've got very personal connections, and Jeremy Eaton is one of those. His great-grandfather was one of the first 500, actually made it back, and Jeremy's going to share that story with all of us a little bit later. Stay tuned for that. Of course, the faces of the soldiers, one of the remarkable aspects of this new exhibit behind us is the faces. There's a huge entryway. I don't want to scoop the opening, but there's some fantastic faces, and after all, those faces of those men who fought 100 years ago, they're the reason we're here today.
Michael Joseph O'Neill, age 18. Enlisted December 1914. Killed July 1st, 1916. Alfred P. Taylor, age 19. Enlisted January 1915. Killed July 1st, 1916. Captain Eric Stanley Eyre, age 28. Killed July 1st, 1916. Lieutenant Gerald Walter Eyre, age 25. Killed July 1st, 1916. Corporal John Herbert Hockley, killed July 1st, 1916. Private Randolph Winter, killed July 1st, 1916.
See, they've arrived at the site at the National War Memorial. That's Premier Dwight Ball, of course, representing the province, and MP Seamus O'Regan, representing the federal government. You can tell it's pretty tight down there. Ed Roberts, I know when we've been down there, these things, there's not a lot of room.
Yeah. And that's Peter, I think it's Peter Knoll, if I can see him, who's the Master of Ceremonies.
You can tell a fairly large crowd.
Lieutenant Governor will be here very short, and then the Princess will come last.
And you mentioned the Princess is actually going to be in a situation where she's going to be walking along Water Street, of course, Main Street in St. John's. Is that because she has to work her way around that very large
I don't think so.
crowd?
The parade at some point when the wreaths are being laid, at the end of the ceremony, the parade will form and move west along Water Street.
Okay.
And there will be a reviewing stand at the courthouse, the dais, and the Princess and the Lieutenant Governor will take the salute. Well, I started the practice of saying, why wait for a car? Walked up along the street. And she will do the same. Now, those are the regimental colors.
Are these the new ones?
No, these are the first battalions. They are new. These are the ones she presented in 2010.
Right, and she's presenting new colors as well, I think.
She did out in Corner Brook.
Right.
For the second, each battalion has its own.
Yeah.
Heather has mentioned once or twice one of the distinct things about the regiment, the royal designation.
Yeah.
The regiment's colors contain a battle honor that no other regiment in the British Army ever carried.
Which is?
Albert, bracket, Beaumont Hamel, close bracket.
Right.
The British battle honor is Albert. There's one created particularly and specifically for this regiment.
And Albert is the town.
Albert
Albert's the town northeastern France.
And it was called the Somme. That part of the Somme was
Right.
called the Battle of Albert. So they're waiting now. They'll be right on time.
You're watching live coverage of Memorial Day ceremonies in St. John's. I'm Anthony Germain here with Heather Hiscox and Ed Roberts. I still can't get over how beautifully sunny the day is.
Well, and
I
look at the
see- is
crowds.
that, I think that's Frank Fagan, the Lieutenant Governor, I
President
believe.
Lieutenant Governor, the Honourable Frank Fagan and Mrs. Fagan.
And so they are coming up. So that means that the Princess Royal will be here shortly.
She will.
Approximately 5 minutes we're hearing
Yeah, she'll
until
be here
that
at-
time.
yeah.
And both the Lieutenant Governor and his wife will be laying wreaths today.
And then it'll be royal salutes. The Lieutenant Governor and the Princess will lay one contemporaneously.
Right.
The wife of the Lieutenant Governor.
His Honor, the Honourable Frank F. Fagan, Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and Her Honor Patricia Fagan, along with other members of the Vice-Regal Party, have arrived. And they'll be welcomed by Comrade Berkeley Lawrence, CD, First Vice President of the Royal Canadian Legion, Newfoundland and
Michael
Labrador
Bennett, the
Command.
aide, Major Michael
Proud
Bennett,
veteran of
salutes the
Canadian
colours. Whenever an officer passes the colours, it's a salute.
You're mentioning Mrs. Fagan. Her wreath is on behalf of the Women's Patriotic Association.
and that goes right back again.
What a part of the legacy that is in
it's
Newfoundland.
Not well enough known, a very important part. The women of Newfoundland, very few served overseas. Some did and some died. But the women of Newfoundland were as important as the men.
15,000 members, and they knit that 62,000 pairs of socks.
And
We'll
raised
just pause for this,
a
I think.
$500,000, which in today's is $10 or $20 million. Now that's the royal salute for Lieutenant Governor. That's the Vice-Regal salute.
Frank Fagan.
Yeah. Half the Queen, half old Canada. Colours dipped. Now you'll. The Princess will get the royal salute, which is just the Queen.
Okay. She's expected in just a couple of minutes, and of course
Yeah.
there will be 2 minutes of silence just as we get closer to 11 o'clock island time.
Those are naval colours. I think there are 2 Navy ships in port.
Well, HMCS St. John's will be firing the guns during the course of this ceremony, so we will hear from them. The band that we're going to hear, the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Band, it too goes back to 1914,
Oh,
to
yes,
the First
yeah,
World War,
yeah,
and has performed for 3 generations of royals and a pope and various other very dignified celebrations. And I know it's a big part of the commemorations here
It is.
always.
Notice some changes
An
from
important part of the
These
unit.
are driven by a number of factors, including the safety of our aging veterans, overcrowding at the Memorial Plateau, weather conditions, length of service, and other related protocol matters. Today, the ceremonial gun firing will happen from the HMCS St. John's that is anchored in the harbour.
think he was
During the
listening to you,
ceremony,
but
the gun
we
will
did.
fire 23 times, beginning shortly after the last post is played. This will likely be much louder than in other years, so we wanted you to be expecting it.
Good
It
forewarning.
doesn't
Good
mean there's an
warning.
attack.
Today's official ceremony Remembrance will soon commence following the arrival of Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal.
Here she comes now, I think, yes.
There
The
she
arrival
is.
is timed so that
Princess
today's
Anne.
ceremony can commence at a specific time.
A moment that many people have been waiting for, to actually see the Princess Royal. She's getting a round of applause. A lot of people.
Her Royal
very happy.
Highness, the Princess Royal, has arrived and will be welcomed by His Honor, the Honourable Frank F. Fagan, Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and Comrade Berkeley Lawrence, CD, First Vice President of the Royal Canadian Legion, Newfoundland and Labrador Command.
It's always worth paying attention to the touches that the royals choose to wear. And you were mentioning before we went on the air, Ed, that she's wearing something that is particularly symbolic.
She told me last evening, she'll be wearing a pin presented to her by the Premier on behalf of the government, which is the poppies. Not the poppy, I'm sorry, the forget-me-not.
The forget-me-not.
The forget-me-not.
right.
And
yes.
I assume she's wearing it. We'll see in due course.
Made by a local jeweler
At
downtown
Major-
St. John's.
I think that's,
Yeah.
I can't see, I think it's Major Michael Bennett, but I'm not sure. Now there's the royal salute. Yes, wearing the pin.
You can see the forget-me-not that you mentioned, the pin.
Yes, that's Major Bennett.
watching Princess Anne take the royal salute. It's worth mentioning that her mother, the Queen, Prince Philip, they were at Westminster Abbey last night at a vigil, again in honor of the Battle of the Somme and Beaumont Hamel, and Prince Charles as well is in France.
And he's going to be at Beaumont Hamel, I think, this afternoon.
That's correct.
It's horrible weather there. We are celebrating here in Newfoundland, but it is absolutely downpour in France today.
Oh, well.
It's remarkable, isn't it, that here you have the Princess Royal in St. John's and the Prince of Wales at Beaumont Hamel. The Battle of the Somme was much bigger than just the battle at Beaumont Hamel. And yet Charles has chosen to go to Beaumont Hamel.
There were 120,000 British soldiers there that morning. There's the last post now.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the Singing Legionnaires with the selection, O God, Our Help in Ages Past.
Some of the proceedings downtown near the National War Memorial. I noticed Duckworth Street, Ed Roberts, was packed. Water Street was packed. It's hard to tell because you can't see around the corners.
No, but just look, that's looking down towards
That's
the
right.
King George V building.
Yes.
And the harbor.
I think it's thousands of people. The music they were listening to, the significance of it.
Well, these are familiar Christian hymns and go back. These would have been hymns the soldiers would have sung at battlefield services.
We often hear this one at services
Oh,
of
yes.
remembrance,
Yeah.
don't we? Our God, our help in ages past. And
I hope for
the
years to
Singing
come.
Legionnaires are, they love to sing.
Yep.
And the ad, I was looking at their recruitment ad online. It's, you don't have to know how to sing, you just have to love to sing. And they do. They perform all around, I know.
Very passionate bunch of singers.
Yeah.
A nice round of applause from the crowd as well.
We will now call upon the Reverend Dr. Ian Wishart, Chaplain to the Provincial Command of the Royal Canadian Legion, to offer the opening prayer.
As we assemble around this beautiful memorial in the presence of one another, let us take a moment of silence and join me in prayer or remain in silent contemplation while others pray. On this day, we remember those who gave of themselves at Beaumont Hamel 100 years ago, the first day of July, 1916. The Newfoundland Regiment numbered 801. The next day, 68 were on parade. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Nul n'a d'amour plus grand que celui qui se décisait de sa vie pour ceux qu'il aime. Let us pray. Prions ensemble. Dieu de miséricorde, nous te rendons grâce pour tous tes serviteurs qui ont donné leur vie au service de notre patrie. Donne-nous le sens de ta juste volonté pour que nous achevions l'œuvre qu'en eux tu as commencée. We remember all who served in the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, those who gave their lives, those who served with them. We remember the casualties of World War I in Gallipoli, in France and Belgium, those who served at sea and in the air. We remember those who gave their lives in other conflicts, in Tunisia, Italy and France, in Belgium and the Netherlands, in Korea and Afghanistan, in the North Atlantic and the skies of Europe and around the world. We remember those who served with them. We remember the veterans of the forces, many on parade this day, and those who serve and have served our country in many capacities, women and men, old and young. We give thanks for their service. Bless, we pray, all who suffer through the violence of war. May justice be brought to our world, and with justice, peace for your people. This day we pray for Canada, this wonderful country in which we live, and whose National Day we celebrate. Guide, we pray, those who govern in this land, those who serve in the forces, in public services, and in other capacities, and all our people. May your blessing rest upon us all this day. Amen.
The Royal Newfoundland Regiment Band will now perform the Dead March.
If you want to, when we chatter, you don't forget the CLB and the...
We will now proceed with the laying of wreaths, and we will call upon Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, Honorary or Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, with Wreath Bearer Colonel F.A. Brennan, CD, Assistant Chief of Staff, Support 5th Canadian Division, who will lay a wreath on behalf of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, and His Honour, the Honourable Frank F. Fagan, CM, ONL, MBA, Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Princess Royal and the Lieutenant Governor will lay the first wreath, and then we'll see a procession of many, many others, including, of course, the Premier and other dignitaries. And as we get into this, we can talk about some other aspects of what it is that we're commemorating today. It was interesting seeing some of the people in the crowd, Ed, the nurses, and I think members of the tattoo dressed in First World War
The nurses
uniform.
show up every year wearing their nursing garb, and they march in the parade. The parade will move off west. Now, this is unusual. You very seldom see the first wreaths laid contemporaneously, and the Lieutenant Governor and Her Highness have made an arrangement.
Because he would, you were telling me off the air, he ranks higher than the Princess
in precedence, but
here.
not in real world.
Right.
But,
So they have agreed to share that, to lay the wreath at the same time.
A mark of the courtesy of each of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now have the Silver Cross representative.
So the Silver Cross representative is about to lay her wreath, and this is Debbie Pinkson.
Mm-hmm.
And she is the mother of Corporal Brian Pinkson. Her son served with the 2nd Battalion, and he was wounded by an IED when he was on patrol in the Panjway District back in 2010, and he died subsequently in Landstuhl at the medical center there. He was the 152nd Canadian soldier to die during the Afghanistan mission for the Canadian Forces, and he was 20 years old. He enlisted when he was just 17, which is so representative of today, is it not?
Could have been the Great War, yeah.
They were so young, and so, indeed they were even younger, weren't they? Some 15 and lied about
some
their
lied
age.
about their age to go.
And the fact that she's presenting is almost, it actually adds into the sentiment of the day, because this was the war to end all wars, and clearly Brian's death points out the absurdity of that notion for the First World War.
We lost other Newfoundlanders in Afghanistan as well.
That's correct, yeah. So representative of the federal government would be local MP Seamus O'Regan.
Seamus O'Regan, yeah. And that's Judy, is it? Yes.
Yeah, that's Judy Foote.
Judy Foote,
right?
the Honourable Judy Foote, who's
right, so
our minister in the cabinet.
She's the senior political minister for the province.
A very senior political minister in Ottawa.
True.
Sits next to the Prime Minister in the House of Commons.
And she's there with Seamus O'Regan.
On behalf of the government of Newfoundland and Labrador,
say the
the
war to
Honourable
end
Dwight
all
Ball,
wars.
Premier of
We will
Newfoundland
talk
and
about this when we
Labrador,
get inside the rooms, but the exhibit ends with that statement, the war to end all wars, question mark. Obviously to leave you with a provocative statement to think about, because obviously that has not been the case.
Premier Dwight Ball approaching the National War Memorial downtown St. John's. He's going to present a wreath next.
First time he's done it, of course.
That's true.
There are very few musts in the Lieutenant Governor's schedule, but when I became Lieutenant Governor, this is one on the top of the list.
Official
You can't get out of this one.
You're here.
And you
Well, you
wouldn't
don't want
want
to. You don't want to.
And is the list of wreath presentations, is it longer this year, or is it always as extensive as this?
It's almost endless, I think, and a long list of dignitaries. There are ambassadors here, high commissioners, a lot of senior officers from the Canadian Armed Forces.
It's the Leader of the Opposition, Paul Davis, presenting a wreath as we continue through the line. This will go fairly extensive, and as others present themselves to place their wreaths, we'll have a chance to discuss some other of the issues.
The regiment, I think, is fairly high up in this one.
This is the wreath on behalf of the Federal Republic of Germany. Is it an interesting symbol that it's there? I mean, here is the enemy, but there to present a wreath as a time of peace and commemoration.
That officer was at the dinner last night. Just shows that we do forgive and forget.
Yes.
We don't forget, maybe, but we forgive.
That's Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Heinrich, who's here representing Germany. Interesting, recently I was in Beaumont Hamel, and when we go to France shortly, I'll sort of share this story, but I asked one of the tour guides, what happens when Germans come for a tour? And she told me it doesn't happen very often, but they will tell them that our young men were fighting for their lives too. And we tend to view them always in terms of the aggressor. And it's very interesting.
They were no more interested in being at war than most of our people were.
Yeah.
These next series of wreaths are going to be presented by representatives of the Allied forces, so this is the representative of the United Kingdom. And it's interesting, we talk about Beaumont Hamel as being in the larger context of the Battle of the Somme, and on this day, July the 1st, the largest, bloodiest day in British military history, some 60,000 casualties, 20,000 deaths.
Just under 20,000 died, and something like 52,000 were wounded. I mean, it was, and in that sense, it was a disaster. But after that, the Germans never won a battle. It marked the tide. That was a terrible price to pay, but it marked the turn of the tide.
Both strategically and morale for the German forces at that point.
But as you said, that's Churchill. Churchill wrote that line: "The single bloodiest day in the long history of the British Army," or something. I forget the exact words. But we tend to forget that. We think we woke up on the morning of the first July, our crowd said, "Well, move over, Kaiser, we're going to end this war." And there were 155 or 160 British battalions that morning.
Wreath bearer, Master Warrant Officer retired, Berkeley Lawrence, First Vice President.
As you were saying earlier, Ed, it was a sunny, beautiful day like this 100 years ago.
Hot, and of course the battle was over effectively when our crowd, Norfolk went a little later. So there's stories of men who were out there for 2 or 3 days in the trenches. CBC has some film.
His Excellency Tony Negus.
I just wanted to mention that was the Turkish representative laying a wreath.
And they were on the other side in the first
other side in Gallipoli, the first battle that the Royal Newfoundland Regiment saw in 1915, and that ended in a disaster as well.
Yeah.
But Turkey, we think of now, here's Turkey just feeling the effects of the ongoing new war, the War of Terror, just of course in the Ataturk airport just a few days ago. We think of them in what is the new enemy.
Ambassador de France, French Embassy, His Excellency Nicolas Chapuis.
They've certainly drawn the A list of diplomats.
Captain Baljusi, French Defense Attaché.
Of course, all of this fighting and the major fighting in the First World War, largely once you get past the Dardanelles campaign, happened in France. Yeah. And one of the things that struck me when I was there a few weeks ago is you still have French people coming up to you and you say, "I'm visiting from Newfoundland," and they say, "Merci, thank you."
I'm told the Dutch and the Netherlands still remember
liberation of Holland.
Daniel Millsop.
But if we go back to 100 years ago, Ed, so many things went wrong in that day. The British dropped 3 million shells in the week before July 1st. They expected the barbed wire to be cut. It was supposed. Some British commanders thought that the soldiers would be walking to the other trenches.
Our crowd, we've always been told, we're told you'll be the third wave. It's a cakewalk. The idea was that the first 2 lines of trenches had been taken. Our guys were supposed to go to what was called the Station Road, about a mile behind the lines. And the reason they were carrying very large loads was this was to enable them to set up camp, as it were.
Once they reached the German trenches.
And for some reason, their orders were changed, we know why. But for some reason, they went ahead with the equipment carrying bridges to cross trenches they never got to. But everything went wrong that morning, everything.
There's the tin triangles on the back.
Yeah, of the 29th Division. The only thing that went right was the men. They did what they were told to do. It's astonishing.
It is.
I mean, think what it took to climb out of a trench. I mean, our guys were there. The battle had been on for an hour and a half. They knew what had happened to the 4 battalions, 2 on each, front
on behalf
of 2.
of the Canadian
the support trenches are clogged with dead.
They can't get up through the support trenches. They knew what had happened. They mightn't have known there was nobody else attacking at that side. But they went forward.
And from that has come the unofficial motto of the regiment, better than the best. The story of that goes back to the fact that despite they knew exactly they were going to certain death.
Just after the battle, Hunter Weston, who was the Lieutenant General, Sir something Hunter Weston, was the commander of the 8th Corps, which is the group in which our people were. And he addressed them and he said, "You have done better than the best." Hard way to earn it.
On behalf of the Royal Canadian Navy, Rear Admiral John Newton, CMM, MS.
They brought the head brass here.
All the way through ambassadors, very high-ranking dignitaries. Tell me, when the war was declared, 1914, 4 days later, Newfoundland says it's going to, the recruitment begins just days after that. Why was it so important for Newfoundland, the Dominion of Newfoundland, to mount its own regiment? Not to fight with the British, not to fight with the Canadians, but as Newfoundlanders.
There was a discussion here, but it was, I think we backed into it. We had a Royal Naval Reserve. And so the first message that went out was from the governor. It was the advice of the Prime Minister, who was
On behalf of the Canadian Army,
Lord Morris,
Brigadier
Morris
General
became Lord
C.J.
Morris,
Turin,
said we were British, so we were responding to them. We didn't declare war, they declared war, and we were in it. But we can send 1,000 men within the week, and first Newfoundlanders to go forward with the Royal Naval Reserve, who joined a Canadian ship and went across the Atlantic. And we'll have 500 men for an army unit within the month, and they became the Blue Puttees.
Yeah, the first 500.
And there were 539 of them, in fact, but that's just another detail. But you needed a minimum of 1,500 men to form a battalion, 1,000 in the front line and 500 in reserve and support. So we, through the whole war, struggled to maintain that, because if we didn't, our guys would just have been, you know,
part of the others.
Part of some other battalions.
But protecting the identity was so important.
Yes,
Was it patriotism, or were there other motivations for why they rushed to sign up?
It was patriotism. Well, there's many, as many reasons as there were. But for some, it was money. They were being paid $1 a day, which is good money. It was economics. Many it was just the lads. Over here behind us is St. Vaughan's College, which was a private, well, those days public, a Roman Catholic high school. And I think 39 of them in the Catholic Cadet Corps, so-called, which was a boys' group, got together and marched over across here to the CLB Army to sign up as a group.
That's right. The enlisting happened right here.
And they were told they'd be home for Christmas.
That's the key thing, the
original,
underestimation.
They signed up for 1 year until the duration of the war, whichever comes first. But, you know, and most of them were from St. John's and Grand Falls because of the paper mill, the North Cliffs. Eventually the recruiting spread. But it was adventure, it was...
Most of them had never been off the island, had they, when they left?
Very few of them had been off the island. I doubt if they really thought of the king, with all respect, or country, or the Germans. They just said, we're going on with the lads. And there's a huge literature that shows when men go over the top. Now, you know, that took a lot of guts. And these men were not stupid. They knew what they were doing. You don't think of God, country, king, maybe even your mother. The man on your left, the man on your right. Charlie's going, and Jack's going, and I'm going too.
Ed Roberts, appreciate your analysis. Jeremy Eaton is downtown at the National War Memorial, where you've been watching the ceremonies unfold. Jeremy.
Anthony, we've bumped into a few special guests here. Could you just introduce yourself?
I'm Danica Leponce. I'm the president of the 2nd Cav Beaumont Hamel Motorcycle Unit.
I've never heard of that unit. How many members do you have?
Currently, our unit has 14 members, but the Canadian Army veterans are national, worldwide, nationwide.
So do you come down every year to Memorial Day?
Absolutely.
And why is it important for you to come down here to take part in a celebration like this? Not on the 100th anniversary, but every other year.
It's to remember our fallen brothers and sisters.
I understand. Do all of the riders have the Beaumont Hamel patch? Can we get a shot of that there, Daryl? Do all the riders have that patch?
Absolutely. We all have them.
Why is it so important for you to come down here year after year and to remember something that happened 100 years ago?
It's very important because we need a little bit nervous, sorry.
No problem.
We need people to remember what happened and the sacrifices that were made so that we could actually be here today.
And what do you think of the crowd that's turned up here today for the 100th anniversary of this?
I think it's absolutely fabulous.
And do you think it's important that we remember this going forward, not just on the 100th anniversary, but for years and years to come?
Continue to remember going forward, absolutely. Yeah, it's important.
And I understand you're going to lay a wreath. Can we just get a quick shot of that, Daryl? Perfect. All right, Danica, thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you chatting to us. And we're going to throw it back to you, Heather and Anthony.
Thank you.
And while Jeremy was talking with those guests, there was a presentation at the memorial by Memorial University, which, of course,
is by far and away
the name says it all.
The name says it all. It was created as a memorial to the Great War.
1925, there was a discussion, wasn't there? Did they want a living memorial or did they want a monument?
So
and
they
you
ended up with both.
Right.
And memorial's gone on to strength after strength, and the War Memorial is still here. Now there's a picture of St. Vaughan's.
Right behind us.
Yes.
Behind us.
And just between St. Vaughan's here and over here at CLB is where these men trained They lived at Pleasantville, but you can see them paraded up here on the parade ground.
And all the streets around this very area all have First World War references.
Right,
the Dardanelles.
They marched. They marched back and forth along here, trained here.
And those first 500, by and large, the church brigades and the frontiersmen, and off they went in their blue puttees.
There were four, the blue puttees, alphabetically, the Catholic Cadet Corps, the Church Lads Brigade, the Methodist Highlanders, and the Methodist Guards and the Newfoundland Highlanders. And they were the nucleus, maybe half of the first, and most of the officers came from. They were the closest we had to trained soldiers.
I always love the story of the puttees. Can you tell me the story of the puttees and why they were blue?
Well, they were blue, there's a myth. The myth is because there was no karki available in Newfoundland. The truth is they were blue because the equipment committee, remember it was done by a private organization, there was no army, wanted to distinguish our guys. So they gave them blue puttees. Every British soldier wore puttees, of course. Mm-hmm. And they also had Australian slouch hats, which didn't arrive in time. So when they went overseas, you see pictures, and they were wearing what we call salt and pepper caps.
That half-folded hat.
Or quiff.
Right, yes.
Yeah, their own hats, and ill-fitting greatcoats. And they wore the blue puttees only once in England, in the Lord Mayor's Parade in London in November 1914. But they became the blue puttees.
Forevermore.
Forevermore, and there were actually five, but the first 500.
Ed Roberts, of course, talking about the soldiers and the men who were part of the first 500. And today, with our live coverage here from St. John's, the Rooms Provincial Museum, we're concentrating on those men and trying to bring you some of their stories and, of course, their faces. And you look at some of these pictures, you think about 17-year-old guys you know, young men that you know, and you think even though it was 100 years ago, these men were very, very young.
Lieutenant Wilfred Douglas Eyre, age 21, killed July 1st, 1916. Privates Stanley and George Abbott, killed July 1st, 1916. Private Leonard J. Barrett, killed July 1st, 1916. Richard A. Shortle, age 23, enlisted September 1914, killed July 1st, 1916. Michael F. Walsh, age 26, enlisted September 1914, killed July 1st, 1916. William Morgan, age 16, enlisted January 1915, killed July 1st, 1916. Reginald J. Paul, age 20, enlisted December 1914, killed July 1st, 1916. Frederick E. Snow, age 19, enlisted December 1914, killed July 1st, 1916.
Man who fought and died 100 years ago, as we again return to the National War Memorial. And Jeremy Eaton is our reporter there, speaking with the people who have been there for hours. They wanted the best vantage point, Jeremy, because it was a very special day, and you have another guest with you, Jeremy.
Certainly do, Heather, and not only there have been people waiting here since 8:15 this morning when we got here, but I bumped into a man with whom I have a personal connection with but have never met, who traveled all the way from Australia to be here. So I'd like to introduce you to Chief Petty Officer Callum Blake. Callum, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. So my great-grandfather served in the First World War. He's one of the first 500, and he had a number of sons, some who went off and fought in the Second World War, and one of them was Campbell, who actually served with your grandfather. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's correct. My grandfather, Ronald Blake, he was part of the 8th Division, and during his serving in Africa, he got seconded to the 166, and from there he remained with the 166 for the rest of the war. And in his diary, I remember him saying, from the first time, what have I done to deserve this? To meet these Newfoundlanders, and because of a ragtag bunch. But after his time and all through the service, he couldn't praise them high enough. Just the bravery and the camaraderie that they had with each other, and the way that they welcomed him into their regiment was absolutely outstanding. And throughout the years after the war, he managed to come up here about 4 or 5 times, and absolutely loved the place. So he died about a year and a half ago, and just on his deathbed, he asked me if I could do the honour and represent him here for this anniversary.
And how does that make you feel, Callum, like you just came and you just laid a wreath on behalf of your grandfather in a place that you've never been to before, and what's that been like for you today?
Right now, it's pretty emotional, I must admit. Obviously for us in Australia, Anzac Day means a lot to us, and I've learned very quickly that today is exactly the same as that. So I'm a little bit shaky at the moment from the whole event, and I'm wearing my grandfather's medals today just to be up there and let him take part of this as well.
Now you flew up here on your own dime. You've done this all by yourself. You're not with the Australian Navy at all. And so what other things have you done here other than just come down to the War Memorial today? I understand you've been busy.
Yeah, I have been very busy. My host, John O'Day, has been looking after me very well. His wife is related, is daughter of Cam Eden, so there's a connection there as well. Last night I was privileged enough to take part in the mess dinner, so that was very good. I've got a lot more events to go through as well, so visiting the rooms later on today, and hopefully take some time out to see the beautiful countryside as well.
Well, I don't think that there's anybody here who's traveled farther than you have and has as good a story as you have. So, Callum, man, it was really great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We really appreciate it, and thanks for your time today.
All right,
man.
thank you for your time. Cheers.
Heather, Anthony?
Jeremy Eaton, that's remarkable to see a guy in uniform from down under here in St. John's, and you can tell he's so emotional because of that personal family connection. You heard him mention Anzac, and Ed Roberts, that might be something that's not familiar to everybody.
Well, we should know a little about it. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps were their equivalent of the Blue Puttees, except there were a lot more than 500. They landed the first day at Gallipoli with the British, and the Gallipoli campaign was an utter disaster as well. Thousands of Australians and New Zealanders died at Gallipoli, and it's become their great national pillar. The 23rd of April, I've never been to Gallipoli, but the 23rd of April, I'm told thousands and thousands of Australians and New Zealanders come there for the sunrise ceremony to mark the anniversary of the landing, and the CBC's On the Trail of the Caribou documentary speaks of it. And so the Newfoundlanders who came late, but stayed late. We were the last crowd to leave Gallipoli, the last of the...
And the forebears of the Aussies you see on screen right now are the people who are actually there with guys in the regiment who are really facing and hearing shells for the first time.
First time under fire, and it was just a miserable, rotten, stinking campaign. Most of our casualties
During the Great
were
War
disease.
and in conflicts before and after, many families lost someone dear to them.
Go back
Some
to the National
families
This will
lost
be
many.
the Silver Cross mother, I think.
No family more personifies that than the Eyre family. Charles Robert Eyre had 9 grandchildren serve overseas, 6 grandsons, in fact 3 sets of brothers, that served with the armed forces, and 3 granddaughters with the voluntary aid detachment.
Knights of Columbus.
Talking about the heirs, they're also memorialized inside the rooms as a family that suffered great losses. Is it the same family that was an heir that was one of the very few Newfoundland aviators, one of the few airmen?
Yes, Ron Eyre. Now, he survived the war, but 4 heirs, 3 cousins, 2 brothers, I forget, but anyway, 4 heirs died on the 1st of July, 3 with the regiment, and the 4th with the Norfolk Regiment, which was nearby.
Certainly a very well-known name.
A very well-known name here in Newfoundland, and still prominent. Miller Eyre will be around today. He's, I guess, a great nephew.
One of the things that we look to when we study the First World War are the letters, home and also from home to the soldiers at the front. And they too very much a part of the exhibit at the rooms behind us. But they give us not the official history record, they give us the personal stories, they help us understand what the soldiers were living, but not just the soldiers. We've been telling you how many Newfoundlanders contributed. There were about 175, both professional nurses but also members of the VAD, the Voluntary Aid Detachment. Those were the semi-trained, the semi-professional who worked in the military hospitals and tried to comfort the soldiers who were so badly injured often, and they had really difficult jobs and challenges. So what we have for you is a series of letters as they have been read, as they were written word for word, and the first is one of those from a nurse over at the front, from a nurse home. So we'll listen to this.
Carbonear, November 22nd, 1915. Dear Sir, my girlfriend and myself are very anxious to join the Red Cross nurses. Only, we do not know anything about nursing. But we are more than anxious to learn and wonders if we could get the books to study ourselves with the intention of going to help the poor wounded soldiers whenever you think us fit. We are both healthy girls and nothing would give us greater pleasure than to nurse the wounded. If only we knew how. Hoping to hear from you at your earliest convenience, I remain yours truly, Annie Keogh, Box 125, Carbonear. New Harbor, Trinity Bay, September 15, 1917. Dear Sir, I have received a letter from my son, Regimental Number 2312, Corporal Herbert Cranford, saying that he is in hospital again in a rundown condition. Now, sir, I wishes to point out that my son is too delicate to fight. As his mother, you will agree with me that I know pretty well his condition. He was always a delicate chap from his infancy. Owing to losing my husband from drowning, and my oldest son killed in the lumbering woods. Now that my youngest son is in a place where I am sure that he is not strong enough to protest himself. You can imagine the life I'm living, which I can assure you is a miserable one. I'm enclosing the last letter that I had from him. He never speaks about home, none of his letters that he do on this one. And it is unknown to him that I am seeking his discharge. I'm quite sure that his services to the regiment are not profitable. And he says in this letter not to worry about him. It's quite natural for him to say so. If he was trying, as he understand the life I lives and the troubles I've gone through, which is almost unbearable. I know that he has spirit enough to fight, but that is no good without the strength. I'm only asking for justice to be done, which has been done to other people, except that they had sons discharged at time of enlistment. They had been medically unfit. And I consider that I am not asking for any partiality. After my son spending a year and a half in the regiment, and I'm sure in a delicate state, as it was impossible for him to get better all at once, and it's been proved by him going to the hospital so often. Please do your best, for the sake of humanity. Yours truly, Mrs. Rosanna Cranford. P.S. I am confident that he hides things from the doctors at time of his examination in order to be accepted for the regiment.
What you're looking at now is a ceremony across the Atlantic Ocean, and what you're taking a look at now is the RNC officers who are there in France in Beaumont Hamel as officials there get underway in France to begin the ceremony on that side of the world. Of course, you heard wonderful letters. Many soldiers wrote letters from not very far from the land you're seeing right now. 100 years ago, that is where so many Newfoundlanders fought and so many Newfoundlanders died. Ed Roberts, you've been in many ceremonies at Beaumont Hamel. What do you expect what we're going to see here?
Well, it's an intensely moving experience for anybody the battlefield is remarkably well preserved. This is actually the second line trench. We're just in front of the memorial plaques. The caribou.
The caribou is just
is
above
it.
Yeah.
And this is where the wreaths will be laid. And I believe the Prince of Wales is to be there.
Yes, he will be speaking.
So he will presumably lay the first wreath. And usually there's a very large turnout of French military.
And there is Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, making his way towards the caribou.
The Duchess of Cornwall with them.
And the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester also in attendance.
Duke of Gloucester is the prince's uncle, or cousin, I'm sorry.
Joindrez-vous à moi pour accueillir leurs Altesses royales, le prince de Galles, la duchesse de Cornwall, et le duc et la duchesse de Gloucester. I would now ask that you please stand and join me in welcoming their Royal Highnesses, the Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall, and the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester.
The Church Lad Brigade's band is there, and they'll be performing Ode to Newfoundland.
Well, there are lots of CLB boys there on the 1st of July.
Well, they're actually on a tour of honor through all of the sites. They're following the Trail of the Caribou as well, and this is one of their stops.
But on the 1st of July 1960, there were a lot of CLB. They weren't playing.
They were
carrying rifles.
I think it's worth mentioning that this is only one of 2 national historic sites for this country, not in this country. The Vimy Ridge Memorial, obviously the second, and this, and it carries a lot of
each has equal importance.
Yes.
Maybe smaller numbers involved in one sense, but each has equal importance.
What's remarkable when you're there, and you alluded to this earlier, is
that a Canadian
distance.
Unit? Yeah, it looks like Canadian soldiers.
The distance that they travel, and you talked about coming from St. John's Road to where the danger tree is. If you haven't been to Beaumont Hamel, you're really talking about having to cross more than 3 football fields in open sky with very little cover.
And the Germans on the other side waiting for you, knowing you were coming. And the Germans suffered next to no casualties in that part of.
And a lot of military historians talk about this park as an exquisite example, as one of the best parks that's been maintained, because the Newfoundland government of the day made sure very quickly that it wanted to preserve and purchase the land.
Yeah, Nangle, Father Nangle was the
Catholic Padre,
and he became the Imperial War Graves person, and he persuaded the Prime Minister Richard Squires and Coker, the fisherman's man, and they found the money and bought the land. I think they had 300 individual farmers. Now that's a Canadian honor guard. I don't know what unit it is. There's
a number in attendance. But also one of the hallmarks of this memorial in the park is the preservation of the trench network, is it not? And so you really get to see the conditions in which they were living and fighting.
The physical conditions. But remember, on the 1st of July, there was no grass, there were no trees, there was mud, barbed wire.
Bombed into oblivion before they even moved.
But the trench, the trench here, was the second line trench. The first line trench is down beyond that, and then you go down this little hill and back up, and that's where the German trenches are.
And it's remarkable if you actually get to go to France and compare Vimy and Beaumont Hamel. What's very striking is the distance difference. And the Canadian trench, the Germans of Vimy, you could literally throw a grenade from one trench to the other. In the Newfoundland scenario, you had to run at least 300 yards. I think it was even more than 300 yards.
Coming down a slope.
Straight at the machine guns.
At the machine guns. And nobody else on the battlefield. I mean, it was everybody for a mile either way on the German side had nothing else to shoot at. So they did what they
And it's remarkable when you actually look at some of the German diary entries of the battle that day. Even the Germans were shocked and surprised that they were such easy targets. That all they had to do was point their machine guns on a crossfire and slaughter them because there were so few gaps between the wire.
Most of our men never got beyond their own wire, the British wire.
But how horrifying is that?
Well, and to get there, they had to pass hundreds of wounded. I mean, the 4 battalions that went before I've spoken of, there were 3,100 soldiers. 2,200 became casualties. And, we weren't the only crowd who were suffering. We suffered more than any.
In the museum is a German gun, and it indicates capable of firing off 500 rounds a minute. And as you say, trained at those openings in the barbed wire through which the Newfoundlanders came, and it was very...
The records of the German, it was 119 Bavarian Infantry Reserve, I think, Division across, have survived. The German machine guns that did the damage to us fired fewer rounds that day than almost any other weapons on the German side. Nothing left to shoot at. Nothing left to shoot at.
Now we're looking back at the ceremony in downtown St. John's, not France. This is at the National War Memorial, where the ceremony there is starting to conclude. before the dignitaries and the veterans. There are veterans of both the Second World War, not very many from the Second World War, and Korea,
Ladies
who
and
are there.
gentlemen, Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, and their honors.
We'll go over and shake hands with the...
will now cross the memorial to meet with some of our veterans.
This is something I began, one perhaps...
You started this?
I was the first to do it. Yeah.
The tradition of meeting the veterans.
Well, you know, you're waiting there, go over and speak to the men after all, and some women, but the older ones are mostly men, there's some women.
Of course, no First World War veterans surviving anymore, unfortunately, but it's worth mentioning.
Still people with ties,
yes.
people whose fathers fought.
Yes. So Princess Anne is here, Prince Charles, the Duchess of Cornwall, and a couple of other members of the royal family in Beaumont Hamel. We have the younger royals, Prince William and Kate and Prince Harry. They are at another memorial in France. We had the Queen, as we were discussing earlier, and Prince Philip at a vigil last night at Westminster Abbey. This was supposed to be a British and French battle, wasn't it? But in the end, it ended up being very much a British-led battle.
The French were there to the south. French did fairly well, but it was the British.
There's a delightful moment with a veteran shaking Anne's hand, and he's obviously absolutely delighted to get a chance to speak to the Princess Royal. I mean, look at his face.
Yeah.
Proud as it can be.
Yeah.
As she wades in.
Well, she is absolutely marvelous. I mean,
and this is a beautiful moment at the National War Memorial. I'm sure these men never thought they would get this close to.
Well, the daughter of a monarch. Her brother will be a monarch, and her nephew will be a monarch.
I still come back to what I said to you earlier. I find it amazing that the Princess Royal is in St. John's, Newfoundland on this day. Prince Charles is at Beaumont Hamel, and I wonder, obviously, as I've said, the Battle of the Somme covers such a large distance to the front.
Charles will be, or
he'll have other stops.
Yeah.
Right.
He did have a stop earlier today elsewhere in France.
Probably
but,
at Thiepval.
That's exactly where he was. That's where William, Kate, and Henry.
Thiepval was where the Irish did very well. They were just south of us, and the monument to the monument to the missing on the Somme is at Thiepval. I mean, one of the many tragedies of the Somme.
It's a reminder that it's also Canada Day today, not just Memorial Day. That is an American soldier.
Yeah, in the back, American Legion. Yeah.
From Maine.
Living here?
Yes.
There's an American Legion, or there used to be at least, an American Legion post here.
Of course, the Americans did not enter the First World War until 1917. Far after the Battle of the Somme.
Yeah.
Some say
after a lot of
Some say their isolationist impulses were correct. Others say perhaps the war would have ended earlier, but these are the what-ifs.
Glad they came in when they did. Right. They helped.
As we watch this, we do have a statement from Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, on the occasion of the anniversary. He writes, Beaumont Hamel is a name that is seared into the hearts of all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. It is a name that represents courage, sacrifice, and sorrow. 100 years ago to this very day, in what would become the bloodiest battle of the First World War, 810 young men from the Newfoundland Regiment were ordered out of their trench. And he goes on to relate the battle, but again of the 68 who answered the call the following day. A loss that has echoed down through the generations, and it is this loss, this sacrifice that we remember today.
Yeah, very eloquent, very appropriate.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau talking about the trenches. That is Arlene King, who's from Mount Pearl.
She's Newfoundlander.
And she's a Newfoundlander, and she is one of the senior people at the park in Beaumont Hamel. I actually met her a few weeks ago.
Well, she is in charge of the park. She's the,
and I know that she has been very, very busy preparing for this day.
Secretary of State for Veterans Affairs to speak on behalf of the French Republic.
See, the French are there.
I'm getting dignitaries from the Secretary of State.
Monsieur le Président du Sénat du Canada, Monsieur le Ministre,
Speaker of the Senate, that's George
Fury is there, as well as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and we won't have translation for that, so.
But obviously the French,
yes.
you know, the French assistance with the entire maintenance of the park is also a big part of what happens in France. And without their assistance, it would be very difficult to actually have such an incredible facility there. Now you're looking again back here in St. John's. The Princess, she's actually being very generous with her time. She's certainly not giving them short shrift.
For your information as well.
No, the more I know about her, the more I come to admire her. She
Derry.
To sing some selections for those that would like.
There'll be some music in a moment.
Yes. Moments of discussion. These are treasured moments, aren't they? Just a shared story or a moment to.
Well, for most of us it would happen once in a lifetime.
Yes.
And for money, it would not happen at all. Chap with a long list of Canadian Service Awards.
Very well decorated there, yes.
The ones on the right, as we see, are the Queen's medals.
As you were saying, you don't take a selfie with the Queen, but evidently you're allowed to get a little bit closer with Princess Anne and get in there for a photo for posterity.
But I don't think you'd say, ma'am, hold out your stick.
No, I don't think this is somebody who has her own portrait artist. She doesn't need a selfie.
It's the sort of day if you have to reach for an inside pocket to sneeze, do it very carefully.
Yes.
A lot of security, a lot of security there.
But she's certainly meeting as many people as she can.
This lady, when I say works, she enjoys it. It's not work, she's enjoying it. This is.
I was mentioning earlier that she did officially earn the title this past year as the hardest working of the Royals. 544 engagements in the year 2015. So that's more than 10 a week. The pace that you were saying she's been keeping here in St. John's, that's very much
done 21 here in 3 days,
and
she wants to. I mean, she sets her own program. And she has wide interests. Went out to Cape Spear. She's a horse rider. She was up at Rainbow Riders.
Well, yes, which is the Therapeutic Riding Center. Of course, we know her for coming to Canada in 1976 and competing in the eventing event at the Montreal Olympics. Her husband is going to be involved, Sir Timothy Lawrence. He's actually
told us last night he's at Beaumont Hamel.
Beaumont Hamel as well.
He told us last night.
So there are many connections there.
The Princess Royal is now being led away from the National War Memorial in downtown St. John's.
I think she's going to walk up. She and the governor will walk up Water Street, while the parade will then move out behind them, and I don't know how long we're on, but there's a dais at the courthouse. Again, that's the practice I started rather than just standing around waiting for a car.
And as the Princess Royal makes her way off from the memorial down to Water Street, we'll probably get a chance to get back to France where the proceedings are happening in Beaumont Hamel. And then the Princess Royal will make her way actually just behind us here at the Rooms, Provincial Museum, and she will be treated to a number of things, some fantastic musical performances by local youth choir. Shalloway, the Ennis sisters, will perform a song that brings tears to many people's eyes. And then she'll be led through the museum itself.
I've been letting the cat out of the bag a bit this morning, haven't I? Talking about some of the highlights. But Anthony, I had a chance yesterday to be toured through
the museum is magnificent. And I think I forget which of you said so, but the point is, it's not just about the men or the women, for that, but the men in the trenches. No. It's about the war and the impact on Newfoundland. It's a wonderful piece of work.
It is not an exhibition about numbers and strategy.
It's stories.
It is the
faces,
people's
stories.
It is the people and the impact felt to this day here at home.
And Beaumont Hamel is one part of the new exhibit, a very important part.
And they've got a danger tree in here and a contemplation room. But there was a great deal more to the war for our regiment than Beaumont Hamel. And then, of course, the Royal Navy. Our men were just simply posted to ships. But a couple of hundred sailors died.
Many people forget, Ed, and I know you know this, that upwards of 3,000 Newfoundlanders fought with the Canadian Army. People who were living in Toronto, a lot of Newfoundlanders ended up moving to Toronto, as they do to this day.
One of the men who awarded a Victoria Cross, a chap from a community about 10 miles from where Tommy Ricketts grew up, was in Cabreton working as a miner, and was awarded the Victoria Cross late in the war, posthumously, I'm afraid, serving with the Canadians.
Well, it's interesting you should mention Tommy Ricketts because his Victoria Cross is on display here, and I have not seen one, but I went back, Anthony, after our tour, and I saw it, and it's there in position to be able to see it. 17 years old, the only member of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment to receive that Victoria Cross for his heroics.
Yes. How modest he was. We had a ceremony down here to dedicate, or whatever the phrase is, a monument of sorts. It's not a
plaque.
A plaque.
Right.
Down by where his store was. He came back and became a pharmacist and worked here all his life. I can remember meeting him. I mean, anybody went in the store would meet him. He was very modest. But I heard his son, when we officially unveiled that plaque, say, growing up, we thought meant nothing to us. The medals were just in the kitchen drawer.
Really? How rare. Maybe not everyone is familiar with the story of Tommy Ricketts, but maybe we should share that with you, Ed?
It's a very short story, but it is completely accurate. He and two other men were sent out to outflank a German artillery battery that was giving grave danger, knocking the stuffings out of the Newfoundlanders one morning up in Flanders in October 1918. The three men were sent out to try to outflank them. That's the way you didn't attack a Bartalian head-on. You went around them. and one of the men became wounded. Two, Brazel and Ricketts, got forward carrying the Lewis gun, which is a light machine gun. That's what Ricketts was doing. And Brazel had his rifle, and they ran out of ammunition. Ricketts doubled back about 200 yards.
Ran the gauntlet.
The whole, nothing else for them. The Germans should have went. Picked up 2 or 3 bandoliers, 30 or 40 pounds each of machine gun ammunition. Ran back. Brazel was there firing his rifle to provide covering fire, and they got the Lewis gun going, and eventually the Germans surrendered. 5 weapons and
prisoners of war as well.
Prisoners of war. It was an incredible story.
And he was 17.
17.
Yeah.
17.
Amazing. So his medal is on display at the museum.
And I know the people at the rooms who've been working on this new exhibit for the last 4 years, they are extremely proud and pleased that they were managed to actually get this, at least for the open of the exhibit. I'm not sure if
well, it's on loan. It's on loan.
Yes.
We will see about.
And it was amazing how they were telling us the level of security behind several layers of glass.
Well,
it is a
there
rare
aren't
artifact.
many Victoria Crosses around.
No, so that's something that we will be looking at a little bit later on. We want to take you back to the National War Memorial, though, right now. And Jeremy Eaton, who has been part of our coverage since we began about 90 minutes ago. Jeremy, we were talking to a young woman downtown yesterday who said she has been going to the National War Memorial every year since she was 10 years old. And she's an adult woman now, and I think that is quite typical of Newfoundlanders and people in St. John's, and I know that you have some youngsters there to share their stories about why they are there at the memorial, so I'll look forward to hearing those. Jeremy.
Yeah, we certainly do. Heather, we have Carissa Haynes here and Margot Walsh. They're from the Girl Guides. Carissa, welcome. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
So Carissa, why did you come down here today for Memorial Day?
We came down here as members of the Girl Guides of Newfoundland Labrador to pay our respects to the veterans and also the women that stayed on the home front during the Beaumont Hamel battles. We feel it's very important as an all-female organization to pay our respects.
What do they teach nowadays to children in school about what happened in Beaumont Hamel 100 years ago?
There are many courses in high school and other organizations that you can take and take part in that do very vividly explain all the different battles and the effects and the impact of these battles on a whole variety of different people.
Margot, just got a quick question for you now. Like, obviously you have to explain this to the girls year after year, and why is it important then? What do you tell them about what's happening here today?
Beaumont Hamel is so very historical to our province, with the 100th anniversary being this year. The sacrifice that many of our forefathers have actually gone before us have taken, the ultimate sacrifice. It's very important to the girls to know the history of what they have done and given to us to give us our freedom here today.
Well, ladies, I appreciate both your time, and thank you both for taking some time out of your day to speak to us. And we're going to throw it back to you, Heather, at the rooms.
Thank you very much. Jeremy.
That's Jeremy Eaton, and we'll go back to him later. But now we're going to return to France, where the events have been delayed, and Prince Charles is speaking.
During the First World War, none was as devastating or as defining as the first day of the Battle of the Somme. Here on the morning of July the 1st, 1916, in less than half an hour, the duration of this ceremony, the regiment was virtually decimated, notwithstanding its remarkable resolve, discipline, and tenacity in the face of overwhelming odds. Even today, exactly 100 years later, the scale of the loss strikes our very soul and moves us beyond measure. 86% of those who went forward did not return. Only 68 answered to the roll call the following day. The commander of the 29th British Division reported a magnificent display of trained and disciplined valor. Its assault only failed of success because dead men can advance no further. In recognition of the regiment's gallantry and valor in the battles at Ypres and Cambrai later in the war, my great-grandfather, King George V, granted the Newfoundland Regiment its royal designation, one of only 3 regiments to be distinguished in this way. Ce régiment est devenu par la suite le Régiment Royal de Terre-Neuve, une distinction méritée et rare accordée par mon arrière-grand-père, le roi Georges V, en reconnaissance de leur brillante action lors des batailles d'Ypres et de Cambrai, un peu plus tard au cours de la guerre. We said then and since that we will never forget, and we never have. We are proud to call their values our values: courage and determination to stand up for what we believe, whatever the odds and whatever the cost. As we mark the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Beaumont Hamel, we are called to renew our commitment to remember the valiant actions of all those sons, fathers, husbands, and brothers of Newfoundland and Labrador. They gave without reserve, and we pay homage to them, those who literally made Canada. Together with all Canadians, we remember those lives cut short, and in so doing, rededicate ourselves to their eternal and living memory as an example to current generations and to generations yet unborn. Nous nous engageons tous avec le Canada à continuer de commémorer cette importante bataille dans l'histoire militaire canadienne. We shall not forget them. N'oublions jamais.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Merci. Jason Whalen, the grandson of a Second World War veteran, Alan Whalen, is a talented composer and multi-instrumentalist. He has been and continues to be a stalwart of the Newfoundland and Labrador music scene. Newfoundlander Alison Walsh comes from a very musical family and has performed at festivals and concerts both in Newfoundland and across France. Jason Whalen compte parmi les piliers de la musique de Terre-Neuve et Labrador. Compositeur talentueux et multi-instrumentiste, Jason est le petit-fils de Alan Whalen, un vétéran de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. La Terre-Neuvienne Alison Walsh vient d'une famille très musicale. Elle s'est produite dans les festivals et des concerts à Terre-Neuve et un peu partout en France. Je vous invite à écouter Jason Whalen et Alison Walsh qui interpréteront la chanson Sing You Home du groupe terre-neuvien Vienna Sisters. La chanson rend hommage aux fils de Terre-Neuve qui ont perdu la vie il y a exactement 100 ans aujourd'hui. Jason Whalen and Alison Walsh will now perform Sing You Home, an original song written by Newfoundland and Labrador's Highness sisters. This song is a tribute to the sons of Newfoundland lost on this day 100 years ago.
Too soon to leave this earth. How could all your work be done? Ash to ash and dust to dust. Seemed to me you just begun. When grief invades my soul, there's comfort in a prayer I find. Though these candles honor you, they burn for those you've left behind. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing I will sing you home. Know that you will live on the lips of those who knew what it was you had to give, and what it was we learned from you. This is our prayer for you, and maybe someday we will know que votre sacrifice se souviendra toujours. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. We're born unto this earth, generations one by one, ash to ash and dust to dust. There is nothing left undone. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home.
It's the beautiful voice of Alison Walsh with Jason Whalen helping her on guitar, singing I'll Sing You Home, an Ennis Sisters song. The Ennis Sisters are actually here with us in St. John's, and they'll be performing as the ceremony and the Princess Royal makes her way here. You may have caught part of what Prince Charles had to say, and there was a part of his speech which was eloquent, but Ed Roberts, I have a problem with part of the speech when he talked about the sacrifice that the soldiers in the regiment made, but he talked about them as those who literally made Canada. And at the time, this was an issue of contention. The regiment was very sensitive of being confused with Canadians, and I think the Prince has made a mistake.
Well, we weren't Canadian until 1949, were we? But it would have been better if he'd said part of Newfoundland, which is now part of which helped to make Newfoundland part of Canada. But maybe he misspoke. Are you allowed to say princes sometimes misspeak?
You may.
He's been here. He's been here often enough, and he knows. But it was a very what we saw was a very eloquent speech and heartfelt.
Right. Well, listen.
But I'm sure the.
Some people will notice that he connected it to Canada, and I'm not trying to be petty. Far be it from me to pick on a monarch.
On a prince who can't fight back, right.
Well, true, but it did strike me as a surprising
thing. No, I think you're right.
That the Buckingham staff did not pick up on the fact that these men were not actually doing this for Canada. They were doing it for Newfoundland.
If he'd said it compared, Beaumont Hamel was ours and Vimy was the Canadian equivalent.
Right. All right, perhaps I'm splitting hairs. Any final observations before we say goodbye to you?
No, I was impressed by the ceremony. I think that, and the crowds. I mean, you kept showing panoramic views both down over the harbour, as well, this one isn't, but the huge crowds, which I think speaks well. And I suspect when people get to see the rooms and the ceremony this afternoon, they'll be equally impressed.
Hopefully those people will then begin the walk and join us here for the continuation of the ceremony.
It's a big uphill. The regiment will be coming up to the armory, the CLB armory, and place of history. They'll walk through the arch that the blue puttees walked through. It's all that's left of the old armory. But every man of the blue puttees walked in through that arch to sign up. So they'll do that, and then they'll march back, and they'll be here. in time to greet the princess.
Can I just ask you one final question? What is your thought on the impact of what happened 100 years ago on what Newfoundland is today, Ed?
We haven't forgotten it, and I was going to say, are we the better of it? I think we realize we paid a price, but my guess is that those who paid the price believed in what they were doing, and so we should respect what they did. You know, the whole Great War was it was the war to end all wars, as I think Anthony said, and it didn't end wars. But we did our part, and I think we should all be grateful, and we should all remember that.
Ed Roberts, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being part of our coverage.
Nice to see you again this year, Ed. Thank you.
Former Lieutenant Governor Ed Roberts, who's been part of our coverage. Now, you heard Ed talk about the exhibit, which is right behind Heather and I. The princess, later when she comes through here and takes a look at the various dignitaries who are gathered here, as well as soldiers, she will enter the rooms and this exhibit, which is being unveiled today, open to the public starting on the weekend, tomorrow and the day after. We will be able to show you parts of that. Not quite clear exactly how deep inside the exhibit the cameras will be able to go, because if you're filming a monarch, you have to keep a certain distance.
Right, there's quite a protocol, isn't there?
But we will get a chance to show you some of the exhibit, and as Heather and I have mentioned a couple of times, it really is quite impressive. They've done a fantastic job.
And the other thing that in the course of our program today, you'll meet and hear from Eleanor Gill Ratcliffe, who donated $3.25 million of her own money, the largest private benefactor to the creation of this. It was matched by Fortis on the corporate side. But I met her last year. What an extraordinary woman. You know her so well.
Fantastic.
But when I met her in the building behind, it was an empty room. And of course, 1 year later, this wonderful exhibition is in place and ready to be open to the public. So we walked through a little bit and just her thoughts. She's overjoyed by what it's become and is happy to talk about what she hopes the legacy will be and the message that it imparts to people who visit.
Well, she's been working on this with people from the rooms for about the past 4 years, and I know that they're very excited here, but it's been a long 4 years. And as we learned yesterday, when they first decided they wanted to create this exhibit, they basically went to the province and said, look, if your grandfather, your uncle, your great uncle, your great 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 grandfather, whoever was in there, take a look around your closets and your attics and see what you can find. And so when you go in there, you find the results of all that work.
Really are. And what I think is interesting too is the step before that. They conducted a bit of a poll or a questionnaire wondering what about Newfoundland should be memorialized in this part of the rooms. And they weren't sure whether it would be joining Canada or what particular event, the decline of the cod fishery. What was it in the history of this province that Newfoundlanders would want to capture? And overwhelmingly, it was Beaumont Hamel as being the determinative event in the history of this province.
And I think if you're going to make it to St. John's and you can get to the rooms, what you're going to find is exactly what Ed Roberts said, that the display manages to capture, it's not just a military memory. It's not all maps with arrows showing you the movement of soldiers and where they were stopped. It really is a very human look at not just the battle at Beaumont Hamel, part of the Battle of the Somme, but really the impact of the entire war on this province. Because you go back to some of the facts, here you have a population of 250,000 people, small independent colony, and within that 250,000, there's only a small percentage of men who were deemed fit enough, and so you're taking a slice of a male generation and wasting that generation. As you put it, the best.
The best of the best, the best and the brightest of the generation. A third of the men in the province were eligible. Well, no, the numbers are confusing, right? About 11,000 eligible to go, and a third of those who could have gone went. I mean, it was just extraordinary. So who were of age to go went and
as the war
fought such distinction.
And as the war ground on, it became much more difficult to continue that kind of recruiting because the criteria changed as men died, and by the end of it we had more than 1,000 people who were killed. The criteria changed, but enlistment after Beaumont Hamel, obviously a problem. They could not get as many men to volunteer as they did in the early phase of the war.
There's a wonderful panorama of the crowd beginning to gather, and Princess Anne isn't due here for another hour and a half, so they're going to be out in this beautiful sun. As we were mentioning earlier today, if you weren't with us at the beginning of our broadcast, 100 years ago, as the Newfoundland Regiment went over the top, it was a bright, sunny, hot day, very much as it is today.
And one of the things we talked about on that bright, sunny, hot day was the fact that in order to identify the troops, some of the commanders thought that it'd be a good idea to have the soldiers identified with these tin triangles on their backs. The thinking was you didn't want your own artillery to kill your own men. You didn't want any kind of aerial attacks to attack your own men. On a bright, sunny day, of course, when the Newfoundland Regiment proceeded into no man's land on a sunny day like this,
You know,
those triangles reflected,
I had
and
a
the
mirror.
Germans could use the exactly
I
that.
was thinking, I had a mirror here and it was catching the glint in the sun, and I thought exactly of the tin triangles.
That was one of the things that went wrong. On top of that, you had the British High Command had put so much belief in the fact that they had dropped 3 million shells across the front that there was no possibility that barbed wire could be sustained after that. And in fact, because of the shelling technology at the time, the shells would hit, blow up, but the shock wave does not do very much to wire. In fact, it made the wire worse. It made it denser. That was another thing that went wrong. And you combine the fact that they're basically running on an incline with that one lonely danger tree as cover, and it's hard to imagine what else could have gone wrong. Plus the fact they're carrying these 65-pound packs because they thought they were going to waltz over to the German trenches. Absolutely everything that could have gone wrong 100 years ago today went wrong, and that young generation of poor devils, they paid the price.
As people said, some of the surviving soldiers, the blood smelled like a slaughterhouse. It was that stark. And one of the things, again, in the room that we may be able to show you is just beside the danger tree, you see a depiction of one of the soldiers, and bent over, as famously they were observed to be tucking their chins as they were trying to, as they were going into a Newfoundland storm. It's really quite one of the poignant touches in the rooms. One of the things that we've been talking about this morning is the war letters from the First World War, both the letters to the front, and they wrote millions of them to boost the spirits, boost the morale, but of course the soldiers also wrote home to mother and to sweethearts, and it really is a chance to get beyond the statistics and get to the real human stories of what life was like in the trenches, what life was like for these young men. And here is another of the letters for you this morning.
October 21st, 1916. Dear Mrs. Moore, yesterday I went to see your son in hospital here. I must first tell you he is doing splendidly, and I would not be surprised to know he will be home in time to have his Christmas dinner with you. He has had a very hard time indeed. He asked me to write you and let you know how he fared. It is a most difficult letter for me to write, as I am a poor letter writer at any time, and therefore am not the least capable of conveying to you a description of anything like the wonderful courage your brave son has shown in the hospital. He has been wounded in both legs, and the doctors, to save his life, found amputation necessary. He has the left leg amputated above the knee, and also the right foot above the ankle. He stood the operation splendidly and is going to England today. The doctors, nurses, and Red Cross men cannot say too much of him. In asking them how he acted after the operation, their words to me were, "He is one of the bravest men we have attended to in this hospital." They assured me all danger is over, and now it is only a matter of time before he is well again. He told me he would write you immediately after he arrived in England, so therefore you can look forward to receiving a letter from him a day or two after receiving this. While expressing my sympathy to you, I must also express my deepest admiration for the marvelous courage your brave boy has shown. Yours sincerely, Herb Dooling, Newfoundland Regiment.
Wednesday, August 18th, 1915. Mother, we fellows are happy and glad that we are going to do our little bit for our king and country, and I hope that when we get in action with those Turks, that we will make a good name for ourselves and for the good old place we came from, Newfoundland. Lord Kitchener on Thursday told us that he was well pleased with us, and that we were a healthy crowd of fellows, and further, that he was proud of us, and we were going to the Dardanelles this week. This is Wednesday, and tomorrow night we will be leaving. The King inspected us yesterday. Just a guard of honor it was. 100 of us were picked out of the battalion to represent it, and I was one of the 100. So you see, your son was a guard of honor for the King, to represent the battalion and to represent the good old place we came from. Mother, cheer up and be brave, for your soldier boy will return before long. Pray to God that he will spare you till I come home. And if it is not my luck to come through this world's war safe, well, I can say I am willing to go under. like a good many brave soldiers have gone. Someday I will meet you in heaven, but I trust in God to come through safe and return home again. We are fitted out with everything that soldiers require, and are short of nothing. Remember me to my friends. Tell them that I am glad I am going to the front, and I am as happy as the flowers of May. Goodbye, and God bless you, and spare you till I come home. Private Lawrence Burns.
The reading of the letters written both from the home front to the boys as they fought and from the soldiers home, and we have dramatic readings of them for you tomorrow. And what a poetic touch that is, Anthony. And I just am struck as I listen to those letters, the first of those mentioning Christmas, and thinking that as the Newfoundlanders signed up in August of 1914, they fully expected to be home for Christmas dinner that very same year, and of course that is not at all what happened.
Absolutely not. And of course, Christmas in Newfoundland takes on its own kind of cultural significance as the time of the year to be together with your family. And I suppose they ended up spending many, many Christmases away, and many of those men never came back to celebrate any more Christmases. Very difficult time to actually cope with what happened at Beaumont Hamel. Barbara Doran is a well-known filmmaker in this province, and she has recently made a film that tries to capture this. And Barbara's with us here on our set just by the rooms. Nice to see you again, Barbara.
Nice to see you.
And very nice to meet you. Maybe we should share some of your film with everyone at home so they know exactly what we're talking about. We have the trailer for Newfoundland at Armageddon, and let's watch some of that together.
"100 years ago, on July 1st, 1916, some 800 Newfoundlanders go over the top at Beaumont Hamel in France.
He called this a butcher shop in hell.
Ultimately, it becomes the undoing of this place because Beaumont Hamel changed the water on the beans completely.
At the time, Newfoundland is not part of Canada. It is Britain's oldest self-governing colony.
When the boys enlisted, it was a chance to go overseas.
Quick, march.
To bring their story to life, we launched a recruitment campaign to find descendants of the men who fought at Beaumont Hamel.
Look at you two. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm talking to my ex-wife.
I've been putting myself in the shoes of my ancestor.
5 push-ups.
You really get that feeling that you are reliving something. You look down on trenches and there's fire and explosion. It's kind of intense.
Danger isn't there, thank God, but it kind of knocks it home.
Newfoundland paid in blood, we paid in cash, and finally, we paid in loss of democracy and the loss of our state itself.
Why? Why did they do that?
Very powerful images from Barbara Doran's film Newfoundland at Armageddon. Barbara, when people watch this, and I've spoken to some people who've seen it, and I've heard nothing but good reviews, and a pretty cantankerous reviewer in the Globe and Mail gave you a great review.
I know.
So
That's a lot.
congratulations on that. When people watch your film and walk out of the theater, what do you hope they'll take away?
I want them to take away, ask the question, you know, is there any other way to solve conflict rather than blowing each other to bits? I know this war was building for some time, but, you know, there are always choices, and we have to reach for the guns first.
I know that you have captured one aspect of Newfoundland life, and you've asked the question frankly, and using your language, and I know you don't mince words, being blown to bits. When you visit the tombstones, you see some of these gravestones say, known only to God. So many of these men were wiped out, and one of the things that you allude to is, what would this place be like had this not happened?
Well, yes, because we sent our very finest, you know, whether that was the sons of merchants, both in St. John's, Grand Falls, and other places, but also each community was very proud to send their best boat builder, their best fisherman, their best house builder, and they did it with great dignity and honor to go and to serve Mother England and to serve the Mother England as a nation, because we were a nation. And that's how we identified ourselves as a country.
Mm-hmm. It is a story that we know, particularly here in Newfoundland, less so in the rest of Canada, unfortunately. But one of the distinctive things in your telling of it is you have the descendants of those who fought at Beaumont Hamel in the roles, recreating what their forefathers did. Tell me a little bit about that technique, and then the impact of experiencing what their grandfathers or great uncles did, what impact that had on the actors, the people.
Well, we had over 100 applications and we picked young people because the men who fought and died were young as well. And they, from that 100, we picked 21. And I don't think they had any idea what they were in for. You know, basic training and living in tents and eating soldiers' rations, going out on the night raids, and actually recreating the Battle of July 1st. They had bits and pieces of this story, but until they were there in the trenches, did they really come to grips with what their ancestors might have felt on that day, knowing they were walking into their own deaths. They knew it.
We only have about a minute left, Barbara, but I know something's very important to you is that so much focus is put on the men. You want the role of women to be something that people pay more attention to.
Well, yes, because when we talk about war, we seldom talk about the role that women played, both on the home front, taking over the work that men would normally do, but also in the fundraising that they did through the Women's Patriotic Association. Government House was open to these women. It became the most elegant sweatshop ever. And they raised the equivalent of today, in today's dollars, 20 million. Newfoundland was a very small country at the time. We could not afford to support the regiment, and without the women's help, it would not have been possible.
And one thing I can tell you for sure is if you go into the rooms exhibit, you will see that the role of women is very, very well covered once it's open. Barbara Doran, the film is called Newfoundland at Armageddon. All the best with it. I'm sure as we get beyond July 1st, audiences will be checking that movie out. Always good to see you. Thank you so much.
A pleasure to have you in. Thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
It's Barbara Doran. And of course, that movie, Newfoundland at Armageddon, that film, I should say, is one of many. CBC also has Trail of the Caribou. There's so much that has been released to get us to today, July 1st.
And indeed, Alan Hockel, Mark Critch, they're around today. We hope to speak to them as our broadcast continues.
We hope they'll be joining us as well.
So we are going to be, of course, we're part of Canada Day broadcast as well. The national commemoration in Ottawa. We're going to be part of a national broadcast in just moments here on CBC television. So let's join Ottawa for a moment now, Anthony.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
This is Boyd and Agatha in Vancouver, and our Canada respects all Canadians.
I'm Chloe in Winnipeg, and my Canada is beautiful wilderness.
My name is Justin. I'm from Calgary, Alberta. My Canada is opportunity.
My name is Michael, and I'm in Hay River, and my Canada is my home.
And you're looking live at the Centennial Flame here in the nation's capital. It was lit 1967 to mark the 100th anniversary of Canada. The stage in the background is all ready for the 149th birthday celebrations here in Ottawa. These are the national celebrations. There'll be lots of people here, the Prime Minister, the Governor General, and tens of thousands of Canadians just starting to gather on Parliament Hill. And good morning, I'm Peter Mansbridge. Happy birthday. You're 149 years old today. And if you're like many Canadians, you will be celebrating that throughout this day. Now, of course, anniversaries and special dates mean different things to different people. And we want to tell you a little bit about that today because there's a very special date being marked in Newfoundland. Let me show you this graphic to give you a hint of not only where we are here on Parliament Hill in Ottawa, but what's happening in Newfoundland and Labrador today, because that picture gives you a hint. July 1st means something very special in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's all about a small village in France called Beaumont Hamel. On this day, 100 years ago, the Battle of the Somme began. Beaumont Hamel would play a key role in that, especially for the history of Newfoundland. When Britain declared war on Germany in August 1914, Newfoundland was a British colony. It had no army, not even a militia. But when the call went out to help the Empire, the island lads responded. The 1st Newfoundland Regiment was born, its ranks filled with boys ready to shoulder the burdens of men. By the spring of 1916, they were in France, and on July 1st, Allied forces launched a major offensive to break Germany's western lines. The Battle of the Somme had begun. At 9:15, the Newfoundland Regiment went over the top near the town of Beaumont Hamel. But the German forces were well positioned and well armed. The Allies were slaughtered. In a single morning, 20,000 British troops died. The Newfoundland Regiment was decimated. 233 killed, 386 wounded. At roll call, only 68 men answered their names. It was a defining moment for the people of Newfoundland, a symbol of valor and the terrible sacrifices of war. Beaumont Hamel, never forgotten, 100 years on. Never forgotten for certain. And that today is a special day that we're going to mark in a special way. And that's why we've signed on a little earlier than we normally do on Canada Day, because we want to bring the whole country into this story by marking the next half hour with our colleagues at CBC Newfoundland, starting with our own Heather Hiscox. Heather.
Peter, thank you so much. A pleasure to share with you another July 1st on what is a stunning day in St. John's. Bright, sunny skies, very warm temperatures, exactly the temperature we know it was 100 years ago today, July 1st, 1916, for the Battle of Beaumont Hamel. Peter's quite right. Canada Day there, and you saw the thousands of people in Ottawa who are gathered. It's a very different mood here in St. John's and throughout Newfoundland and Labrador for the moment. I can assure you the people here will swing into Canada Day party spirit very shortly. But this is a time in the day every year on July the 1st of somber reflection, and where the dominant symbol is not the Canada flag, it is in fact what I'm wearing here, which is the forget-me-not. It's the equivalent of the poppy, and it's in remembrance of those who fought and died on this day 100 years ago. Now, we have been on the air for 2 hours here in St. John's, Newfoundland, throughout all the province on CBC Newfoundland, and it's been my great pleasure to be working alongside someone you will know well from his years as a national news correspondent based in China, but he's now, for 5 years, has been the very popular host of St. John's Morning Show on CBC Radio, Anthony Germain. And a pleasure to be working with you today, Anthony.
And equally so good to be here with you. And I know a lot of people in Newfoundland very happy that Heather has been back, because Heather was here for the 99th, and now you're here for the 100th. It's so striking to see Peter and the celebratory mood on Parliament Hill. And not so far from Peter, of course, is the National War Memorial. What a lot of people in the rest of Canada don't know is that there is also a National War Memorial here, because on that day 100 years ago, when so many young Newfoundlanders died in this horrific first day of the Battle of the Somme that Peter mentioned, this was a separate country, its own dominion, and so there are 2 National War Memorials here in our country as a result of that, because Canada, of course, welcomed Newfoundland. Some say Newfoundland joined reluctantly in 1949, and this morning many of the ceremonies down St. John's.
In fact, maybe the First World War events led to joining Confederation as a result, a direct chain of events. But we want to begin our coverage as you join us coast to coast by showing you some of the scenes. As is always the case, large crowds around the National War Memorial. This year, though, for the 100th anniversary, even greater numbers than before, and also because Princess Anne is here. She's the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. It was her great-grandfather, King George V, who bestowed that title of Royal on the regiment after a battle in 1917. So part of that adding to the luster of today, and there were a crowd of thousands around the memorial earlier. We want to share with you some of the highlights of what we've experienced already today in St. John's.
Highness, the Princess Royal has arrived and will be welcomed by His Honour, the Honourable Frank F. Fagan, Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and Comrade Berkeley Lawrence, C.D., First Vice President of the Royal Canadian Legion, Newfoundland and Labrador Command. On behalf of Legion branches, Branch 1, Branch 56.
And as we look at that, some of the scenes, the highlights from earlier today, the military parade and the laying of the wreaths in front of that beautiful National War Memorial. If you've never seen it, it was, as Anthony was mentioning, 1924, and it depicts a woman figure holding a torch aloft, the torch of freedom, but also a sword in her other hand representing duty as Newfoundlanders responded to the call to fight. And it also acknowledges all of the contributions of Newfoundlanders to the First World War, both the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, the Royal Naval Reserve, and also the Merchant Navy and the Forestry Corps, also part of the war effort 100 years ago. So we're going to go back to that site. Of course, much of the focus has gone, but our reporter Jeremy Eaton is there. He's been part of our coverage all morning. Like so many, he has a personal tie to the Battle of Beaumont Hamel, but he's also been talking to the people who have come to remember grandfathers and great uncles and people with direct relations on them, even these many years later. Jeremy, who's with you now?
Well, the crowds here have sort of left the War Memorial behind us. There's still people milling about, but one person who's here actually played a big role in a ceremony earlier this week in Corner Brook, and I'm going to introduce you to artist Morgan McDonald. Now, Morgan, you unveiled a piece here, this week in Corner Brook. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we were out in Corner Brook, and the Princess Royal came and unveiled the Danger Tree, which is an icon of the Newfoundland Battlefield Memorial Park, also known as Beaumont Hamel.
Now, talk a little bit about, for those of you in this province, many people know the work you do. Talk a little bit about what that Danger Tree is made of.
Well, the Danger Tree is a bronze sculpture, but around the installation we were able to obtain some artifacts, which are, shrapnel shells and silent pickets. These are real items from the Beaumont Hamel area that we placed around this. So the tree is an icon in Newfoundland history that I hope that's preserved, and we think about that more in the years to come, and it's not lost.
Did you travel to Beaumont Hamel before this to get a good idea of what the tree looked like?
Yes. Well, I've gone there twice, and on other projects. So what you see there today is basically a marker. It's a replica of what was there. So the sculpture that you see in Corner Brook is based on a 1919 photograph, which it's the earliest photo of the Danger Tree, and it shows the tree looking from the Germans' perspective, and silhouetted against the background are a number of unidentified individuals.
You were in Corner Brook earlier this week to unveil that, and Princess Anne was there. Did you get a chance to speak to her?
Yes. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't like today. It was pouring down from the heavens, so the actual ceremony itself was cut short. But I did have a quick chance to talk to her inside, where it was a little bit more sensible.
Any good jokes? Did you have a good chat about anything?
Well, these things are pretty, scripted and standard. So it was a very quick chat, and then she went around the room, and I had a chance to talk to her very quickly.
Well, man, I appreciate your time and for telling us about this. And I'm going to throw it back to Heather and Anthony.
All right, interesting that Jeremy sort of looks at the fact that when you have these kinds of discussions, it's not all the somber aspect of remembering, because there's certain camaraderie involved.
You know, and reading some of the wonderful accounts of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment over in Europe, they were well known in the villages where they would be training for their wonderful spirits and for their songs and for their positive approach as they even headed off to the trenches and to their ultimate fate.
You're watching live coverage from St. John's, Newfoundland, outside the rooms, the Provincial Museum here. I'm here with Heather Hiscox, and I'm going to invite somebody else to join me who will be well known to you. He's my nemesis on that other radio network, Tom Power, who you know. Tom, it's great to see you.
Pleasure to be here.
Hey, Tom.
I'm happy we can bury the hatchet.
Exactly. Yes, we're very rarely seen together in the same room. Because you're such a relatively young guy, I wonder if you could talk a bit about the fact that there seems to be a young resurgence of interest in all of this. I know that you're a successful musician and you know a lot about music, but looking at the War Memorial today, one of the things that I think struck Heather and I and Ed Roberts was the crowds are getting bigger and there are more young people in those crowds. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
It's very interesting. You know, I've been going since I was before I can remember. My mother had gone her entire life, and her mother had gone. My grandmother remembers being 10 years old and watching the men go across Harvey Road to go to war during World War I. So from the unveiling of the War Memorial, my family's been going. And I remember being, when I was about a teenager, there were fewer and fewer people my age. I was kind of being dragged there by my mother. However, I was fortunate enough to get there earlier this year, and I did notice there's a lot of people my age there, a lot of people in their late 20s. And I think, well, I spoke a little bit about that this morning. I said, I think once you start to reach the age that the men were, once they passed, and you start to recognize the names, Newfoundland's a small place with truly not that many surnames, and you start to read the roll call of those who passed away and then those who survived, their names are very familiar to you. You know people with those last names. You understand, and you start to be able to put yourself in the situation that, my God, if this was now, this could easily have been me and someone my age. Also, I think that as Newfoundlanders, you know, struggle and attempt to differentiate themselves from the rest of the country, this is a moment that, as you start to travel, people don't necessarily get. You know, in my travels across the country, oftentimes I'll say, well, July 1st, it's Memorial Day in Newfoundland, and a lot of people will go, what? It's what? You guys don't have a party all day? And I said, no, in the morning. And I think as our generation travels more and more, we meet more people who don't necessarily know about Memorial Day. It becomes something that's important to our identity as Newfoundlanders, so we want to go out and support it.
So this was very much part of your life growing up. You were aware of the story, you were aware of the history of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. Tom, as you know, not only from the radio, but from the Dardanelles, your band. The Dardanelles, the strait, that strategic strait that they wanted to control when they landed at Suvla Bay and the Battle of Gallipoli. Did you name your band directly as a result of that?
Well, I'll answer that honestly. There's a street not too far from here, just down the road, called the Dardanelles, and it was named because there was no houses on it, so there was no name on it. But when we joined Canada, they had to start naming all the streets, so they named it the Dardanelles. My mother thought, oh, what a great name that would be. I didn't know anything about it. What ended up happening is the drummer in my band is a member of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, and he's actually in France right now at Beaumont Hamel. We were talking just before I came on. So all of a sudden, the name of our band took on a great meaning to him. So when we're on stage and people ask us about the name of our band, which is quite often, we will try to say, we say briefly it's a street, but it also reflects our proud military history and reflects the work of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment.
You want to make sure that it's spread, because as someone from the rest of Canada, I too, only in visiting Newfoundland to cover things over recent years, have I learned about what this day means and what this battle means here, and I think the rest of the country doesn't know its sufficiency, so good for you to tell the story.
Well, I think it's important, again, as more and more Newfoundlanders travel and we start to understand just how different we are in our history than the rest of our country, these things become very, very important to us, and we want to celebrate them.
Shalloway is an award-winning choir here in St. John's, and we're going to turn to some of the music as the proceedings have moved here at the rooms, Provincial Museums.
This is David Pomeroy, right?
have you.
Absolutely fantastic. David Pomeroy singing with a fantastic soloist from Shalloway. You see this young choir behind them. David, one of the great talents here.
He has sung with the Metropolitan Opera. He has sung with the Canadian Opera Company, his international career taking off, and what a treat to have him as one of the performers here.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but growing up here, didn't he have an Iron Maiden band before he decided to go all classical?
He did. I mean,
David Pomeroy?
I think any opera singer worth a salt should start in heavy metal, if you ask me.
Well, it worked out well for him.
If you're watching this right now and want to pursue a career in opera, check out
That's the way to
Judas Priest.
start.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you make of the performance and the music?
I just adore it. I mean, I'm a former member of Shalloway. That's how I started out. And a lot of Shalloway is an interesting choir because they're not necessarily just a choir. They consider themselves to be a cultural organization as well. So they were formed out of the moratorium and after the loss of the fishery. My generation was the first post-moratorium generation. So we were raised without a certain. There was a concern that we would be raised without the identity of fishing that had kept us together for so long. So Susan Knight started Shalloway. Now Kelly Walsh is the director, to try and instill Newfoundland values and Newfoundland history and Newfoundland culture into us from a young age.
Speaks about this because as people see Shalloway close up, they may notice as a result of the cod fishery and the tie back to the cod, it doesn't ever remember where a pin. The codfish pin is very, very important to the members of Shalloway.
You're issued an individual fish pin. I still have mine at my house. And when my nephew recently joined Shalloway, and I was going to give him mine, but however he ended up having his own. He wanted a cool one. But however, they are meant to symbolize the industry that built this province and built our country and then built our province, and to keep that going no matter if the fish is there or not.
Well, we're going to be hearing their music with the Annis sisters and with a number of other performers over the next little while. It's a wonderful backdrop to our conversation with Tom Power.
Tom, maybe you could speak a little bit about the connection between the First World War and music, and particularly people, younger people are interested in music. Any thoughts?
It's an interesting time right now because you have access to some of this music. I was playing this morning on your morning show when you were away. I snuck in.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens every now and then. And I played an old wax cylinder recording from 1917.
Really?
Of "Keep the Home Fires Burning," which is a song that was sung a lot during World War I. It was mainly sung, and this is important to remember, and I'm happy you both have been talking about it all day, sung a lot by the families back home. Songs about keep things going back home for when the boys come home. And those songs had a lot of value. I was reading letters yesterday, and a lot of the songs, "Pack Up Your Troubles in Your Own Kit Bag," "It's a Long Way to Tipperary." It's funny, these songs were meant to be sung as parody in a lot of ways. I couldn't find any actual lyrics, but there's letters where we say we would change around the lyrics, sometimes to just be silly, to make fun of people in our unit, and sometimes when they were facing a very serious consequence, when they were going in to face a likely death or at least a very possible death, they would sing songs as sort of a gallows humor, change around the lyrics so "It's a Long Way to Tipperary," to pack up your troubles, to try and get past it. Sometimes if you're facing down a very desperate event, you can't do anything else but laugh. And that's something they were able to do with music. That was the function of music during World War I with these troops.
Right. This is Tom Power. We're going to go to Chrissy Holmes, my colleague. She's here, one of the reporters helping us with our coverage. Chrissy.
Hi there, Anthony. I'm here with Mark Critch, who's the co-host of Trail of the Caribou. And, that documentary, Mark, brought so many storylines together from World War I, but perhaps most fascinating was the very personal storylines that were brought together between yourself and your BFF and co-host, Alan Hocko.
Yeah, Alan and I have been very, very close friends for a long time, and we were approached to do this project together. We thought, well, that's fantastic. We've both been kind of history buffs about the war, but it wasn't until we left here and I got over there that we started looking into our personal histories. Alan knew that Walter Green was a relative of his who was a war hero with the regiment, who was buried over there. But I didn't realize my own past. I had a relative, J.J. Tobin, and as we started looking into the history of it, the people here at the rooms discovered that these two guys were best friends who enlisted together, who went over, fought together, were wounded together, and then eventually were killed in the same battle on the same day. And later, when the great father Thomas Dangle went back and repatriated all the bodies and put them in the proper graves, he buried these two guys side by side because he knew they were best friends. Myself and Hocko didn't know that going over. So to go all the way over there, together as friends on this journey to mark the Trail of the Caribou, to be standing at these two graves of these two buddies who were just like us. It just shows you the scope of the war. It touched everyone, and the size. This place is so small that there are connections. There's a whole web of connections between all of us. I mean, they really are ours, even to this day.
And I think it's also amazing that both of you together had actually gone through the trenches. You had special access to all of that terrain as well.
Yeah, we were able to walk through. There's a lot of it is roped off. So we're in the battlefield, and we're walking along the fields of Beaumont Hamel, down in the trenches, and it's still very much a battlefield. We were standing there doing a piece, and then Hocko found a bullet just pushed up out of the grave, still there after 100 years.
Wow. Well, I know that most people will be able to watch that documentary tonight, 9:30 Newfoundland time on CBC television, and it's online as well.
Yeah.
And it was a great job, actually, Mark. It was really wonderful to watch, and thanks for your time here today.
Thank you very much.
It's back to you, Anthony and Heather.
Chrissy, thank you very much. And Chrissy, one of the many people on our broadcast team with direct family connections to the Royal Newfoundland Regiment of the Battle of Beaumont Hamel, her relative number 170 of the first 500 who signed up and headed off to battle in 1914. And that documentary, if you get a chance to watch it online, if you're not in Newfoundland itself, it is remarkable as they trace, yes, the regiment, but of course they both have relatives who were taking part, who were friends, who are now buried beside each other. It's very, very striking, the documentary.
And there's something very striking about the fact to see Mark Critch so serious, because Mark Critch, of course, is Mr. Funny in Canada, and to see him sort of speak so seriously. And you'll see this in the documentary if you get a chance to see it. To see a guy who's normally associated with laughing being very serious, it really drives home what a somber moment in this place's history that day was.
I think so many Newfoundlanders and Newfoundland artists, they just want to be home at a time like this. Mark, 22 Minutes, is largely based out of Halifax. He does live here sometimes. I mean, I'm living in Toronto. Even when I was just down at the War Memorial, Gillian Kiley, who is, of course, the artistic director of the National Arts Centre, the theatre director as well. She just received an honorary doctorate. There's a lot of Newfoundland artists who are living abroad, working abroad, who all want to be home at a time like this. They all want to feel close to the place where they came from and the place that built them.
Listening to Danny Boy in the backdrop, it's beautiful. Always think of it at that time.
It is absolutely stunning. It is
David Pomeroy again, with his incredible voice. But it makes me think about music again, and we think about the role in boosting morale. It was interesting, a lot of the music of the First World War, as the sentiment toward the war changed, as it dragged on, you hear different themes in the music. It wasn't all joyous and celebratory, got a lot darker as time went on.
And I think you're seeing that even now. I mean, we're 100 years away, and I think there's still an effort to always make sure we remember this from years to come. And the museums have a wonderful place in that, and articles have a wonderful place in that, but sometimes songs can be the best way to transmit this knowledge. So there have been folk songs like The Valley of Kilbride, there have been folk songs all around Newfoundland about the Battle of Beaumont Hamel. But right now you're seeing CBC commissioned a great singer named Chris Andrews to write a song. He wrote for his band Shanneyganock, based on letters, based on stories that families who had people who served in World War I that told him, and he was able to write about that. Tim Baker from Hey Rosetta, I believe later you might hear that, wrote a beautiful song. I saw Alan Doyle on the way back home yesterday. The Opera on the Avalon is putting off an opera about Beaumont Hamel. You're seeing Shalloway, you're seeing the Ennis Sisters. Newfoundland is, of course, a place very well known for its art. And this is certainly a situation where Newfoundland artists, you know, given the gifts that we have, we want to use them to help remember those who came before us.
Right. You know what I think people watching as they watch nationally might not realize, August the 4th, 1914, the declaration of war. 4 days later, Newfoundland announces this tiny colony on its own. The Dominion of Newfoundland announces it's going to form a regiment. It's going to put its own best and brightest to fight over in Europe. And the call goes out for recruits, and the response is overwhelming. And that's what we talk about, the first 500 who trained here and then in Europe and then saw battle both in Gallipoli and then over in Europe. But the first 500 have a legendary status here. Chrissy Snow, I mentioned her relative, number 170. I want to bring back Jeremy Eaton back at the National War Memorial because, Jeremy, you too, with a direct tie to this history, share your own story with us this morning, if you would.
Yeah, Heather, my great-grandfather, William John Eaton, was number 137 in the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. He joined in 1914 in September, shortly after World War I was called. And he happened to be over in Beaumont Hamel on July 1st, 1916. And he was one of the 68 who made the roll call the next day. So growing up, my grandfather, Doug Eaton, told me about this story and about this important part of our history. And my grandfather, Doug, and my father, Bill, actually brought me down to this war memorial every year and stressed the importance of this. So I often wondered as I got older, and I learned about this in school, about Beaumont Hamel, and about how so many Newfoundlanders died that day, how my great-grandfather was somehow lucky enough to walk away. And the response, as my family is very good at doing, was a humorous one, and they said that he was just too short. So there's a picture that I have in my house, and it has the first row, and they're all sitting down, and then there's the second row, and you see the men, and then drops down for William John Eaton. He wasn't a very tall man, so he was a runner running back between the trenches and the commanders passing back orders. So he did live that day in 1916, and he did serve the rest of the war over in Europe, married a beautiful woman who was my great-grandmother from Liverpool, and came back here. And it pleased him to no end to know that it would please him to know that people remember this, because when he came back, like many who came back then, they didn't talk about this, they didn't share any of the stories, so we've never heard about anything that happened over there. I guess it was a time in his life that he wanted to forget, but here in St. John's and at this war memorial today, we're going to make sure, and the people of Newfoundland and Labrador are going to make sure, that this is a day that people never forget and that they'll always remember. So to see the thousands of people out here today would have brought a tear to my grandfather's eye and to my great-grandfather's eye and all my grandfather's brothers who served in the Second World War. So Beaumont Hamel and this day, Memorial Day, has always been a special day for me, and it's one I'll never forget. And thanks for letting me share my personal connection to this day. Back to you.
Thank you for doing so. Thank you for sharing your story and for explaining why this matters so much. I mean, obviously he's bringing the story of everyone there, but what you can see what a connection it has to him personally, Anthony.
Got a lump in my throat when he sent us the pictures. Tom Power, so good to have you here. All the best. Thank you for coming. And
thank you for letting more Canadians know about this. I'm always amazed at the number of Canadians who don't know anything about it, and I think this is such an important step in letting people know a part of our history.
Thanks, Tom.
A pleasure. Thank you very much. Tom, Anthony and I will be continuing. If you're watching us on CBC Newfoundland, our special coverage continues for another 2 hours. As a matter of fact, the music, Princess Anne, a number of special commemorations here at the rooms. But for now, we will return you to enjoy Canada Day celebrations from the nation's capital in Ottawa and Peter Mansbridge.
Singing in the background, and people here in the sun enjoying everything that they're seeing. The sun is splitting the rocks, as people here like to say, and it's amazing, as Heather Hiscox and I've been remarking it. It's almost so fitting to actually have the identical weather that the regiment faced on July 1st, 1916. 100 years ago, it was an eerily beautiful day on the Somme when the men went over the top, and of course so many of them did not come back, and the music that you're listening to is to pay homage to these men.
That battle actually had to be delayed because of poor weather conditions 100 years ago, but On this day, July 1st, 1916, the sun shone and the call came for the Newfoundland Regiment at 9:15 to go over the top. And we have been on the air for, well, 2.5 hours now. And if you've been joining us since the outset, welcome back to you. We still have 2 hours to go because where we are at the rooms, this is where the focus is shifting now. The National War Memorial earlier, but here, as you can see, the thousands gathering as we expected. This is an event that has been months and years in the planning. And they were hoping for a day like today and a crowd like today, and indeed, how fortunate we are to have it, Anthony.
And here in Newfoundland, of course, music is such an important cultural force within this province and within this colony before it actually joined Canada. The Ennis Sisters have released a song to mark this. I believe they're on the stage right now, and it's Shalloway and the Ennis Sisters.
This is Rise Again, and this, of course, written by, well, performed by the Rankin family, also from Atlantic Canada, and it really takes on a particular poignancy here on this day. So let's listen into that.
To explain our lives, as if a child could tell us what, that as sure as the sunrise, as sure as the sea, as sure as the wind in the trees, we rise again in the voices of our children. We rise again in the voices of our song. We rise again in the waves out on the ocean. And then we rise again. When the light goes dark with the forces of creation across a stormy sky, we look to reincarnation to explain our lives, as if a child could tell us that as sure as the sunrise, as sure as the sea, as sure as the wind in the trees, we rise again in the faces of our children. We rise again in the voices of our song. We rise again in the waves out on the ocean. And then we rise again. We rise again in the faces of our children. We rise again in the voices of our song. We rise again in the waves out on the ocean. And then we rise again. And then we rise
Can't help but join in that applause, can you?
No, I can feel the hairs on the back of my neck going up. We rise again, the Ennis Sisters with the Shalloway Choir. A marvelous performance, part of the festivities here outside the rooms, Provincial Museum, Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm Anthony Germain here with Heather Hiscox, bringing you more of our live coverage of marking the centenary of the battle at Beaumont Hamel, which happened, of course, on the first day of the sum 100 years ago today. Please also introduce you to my next guest, somebody who's written a fantastic book about Newfoundland and the First World War. Jenny Higgins is going to be with us for the next few minutes. Hello, Jenny.
Hello, thank you for having me here
Thank
today.
you for the book. It is a remarkable encapsulation encapsulation of the battle, but also told, yes, show that, told so in such an accessible way. It's not a history book. It is a history book, but it's beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
What's wonderful about it is it really is a book for people of all ages. I think a young teenager and somebody in their 80s or 90s will get something out of the book. There's marvelous artifacts in there, and I wonder maybe we could start with one of those artifacts. Very striking thing when you open the book. It's almost, I wouldn't call it a pop-up book exactly, but there are bits of letters and postcards that you can take out and see, and they're copies of the originals. And one of the ones that I found chilling was a letter informing somebody that their loved one had died. And the letter, will you describe it?
Well, this is a letter. This was one of the most moving documents I came across while researching this book. So this is a letter that a mother is writing to her son, who's in the Newfoundland Regiment. She's writing it on July 18th. So more than 2 weeks have gone by since the battle. She knows about the battle. She's every day going to the telegraph office and reading newspapers to check the casualty lists that keep pouring in. She hasn't seen her son's name yet. So on July 18th, she hasn't received a letter from him either. So finally on July 18th, she writes him to ask him if he's okay. And should I read a bit of it?
Sure.
Okay. My dear Will, I received a card from you dated June 20th. I thought to get a letter, but I was disappointed. I know you are kept busy. A card is almost as good to let us know you keep well. I was in great trouble for a time after that battle. I was expecting to see your number. Oh, it was dreadful, 10 times worse than it really was, and it was bad enough. I thought of you when you told me always to remember that no news was good news. I didn't eat anything for days. So she sent this to her son on July 18th. This letter was returned to her unopened, and the word dead was written across the envelope in red ink.
That time.
It's heartbreaking.
It was just written the word dead.
Yes. Now, I don't know if that's how she was informed of the death. I looked in, this soldier's name was William Knight. I looked in his military files, and there's an official letter dated July 26th informing the family of his death. But they also would have received this envelope with the word dead written on it and this unopened letter where she's reaching out to her son.
On that point, there's David Pomeroy
I have to say,
singing.
listening to Jenny's story with Pomeroy in the background, I'm going to try to keep it together.
None shall sleep is what that means. I mean, that's extraordinary that would have been the situation. And of course, as we know, so many went to eternal rest. But it was interesting when I arrived here, the telegram yesterday with the special commemoration talking about the very point you made, which was that it took such a long time to learn of the scale of the loss. And the paper at the time talked about the lists and said, let us prepare ourselves to receive with courage what is yet to come. When we have heard it all, it will be a glorious roll of honor, which will be the lasting pride of our land.
The language then, glory and pride of our land. I mean, I think they're just trying to negotiate tragedy in the immediate aftermath. You need to find meeting.
Right.
And it's
in
so
the absolute
difficult.
shock of the...
Yes, so they use this language to sort of, I guess, fill it with a sense of hope or reassurance for the families to deal with this, which shattered them, pulled them apart. Today, most people view it as a tragedy, not something glorious, just a terrible tragedy that had lasting repercussions for our dominion. Loss of life, the financial impacts were tremendous, and that in part led to the dismantling of our elected governments. And
we're going to get into some of the impacts of the battle and what it means and how it resonates to this very day. But throughout our coverage, we've tried to actually go into the crowd to see some of the people who have taken time on what was Canada Day for many people, but this is Memorial Day. The crowds have been immense all morning. Chrissy Holmes is in the crowd behind me. Chrissy.
Anthony, I'm standing here with a brother and sister pair. This is John Taylor and Mary Blackwood. Mary's actually traveled here today, has been planning to make this trip for some time. Your father was a member of the first 500, and I understand he had a hat very much like this.
Yes, I remember this helmet so well because I used to go downstairs and sometimes try it on. But one thing I remember that it had a dent in it, just a small dent in the side of it. Yeah.
Good thing he was wearing that helmet.
Yes,
tell us about your father.
Well, he was a great man, but he went over in 1916 on that, and he didn't talk too much about the war. Like after he was married and that to us kids when we were growing up. But there was some stories he did tell, right? And
So when he made that return trip back to Beaumont Hamel, it must have been a very emotional experience for him.
It was very much. He came over and he stayed with us, and we took off to France, to Beaumont Hamel, and he met a lot of his buddies there, right? And he talked to them, and his buddies were quite friendly. They were older then, old guys, right? And I met one of them, and he took me aside and he said, "Missy," he said, "come over, I want to show you something." He took me over to this trench, and he said, "Look, this is where I lost this." He said, "My arm." Yeah, and he felt so good, right, about that, yeah, what he had done, right, yeah, he felt so proud. Yeah.
And John, I understand that many of the items left from your father's time are going to be a part of the exhibit in here now. What will you expect to see inside the exhibit when you get in there on Sunday?
Well, the things they're in there now, we're after seen before, but there's medals and trench maps and one of his blue puttees and his rifle. His number was 111, and we're after seeing them umpteen times, but we'll see him again. And there's a letter in there too, so they're very good, you know.
I understand you think of him often as well when you look at the clock.
Yes, sometimes you're doing something else on what time it is. You look there and you see this 111, and I says, "Oh my God!" I says, "Hi, Pops, I'm thinking of you." I said, "I'm thinking of you." And my niece called not long ago, and she said, "Aunt Mary," she said, "when you called, it was 111, right, on the clock." So I guess we were thinking of him too, right? Yeah, and for a lot of occasions, things have happened like that, right? Yeah.
What's your father's first and last name?
Victor Taylor.
Well, John Taylor, Mary Blackwood, it was really lovely to meet you, and thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony and Heather, it's back to you.
Chrissy, thank you very much, and what wonderful stories we are hearing today from the thousands who've gathered for this 100th anniversary celebration, listening to people who have contributed to the beautiful exhibit that's going to be open in the rooms. Anthony and I had the privilege yesterday of having a bit of a private advance tour, and Jenny Higgins as well. We were all together, and they talked about the conditions in which they fought. I think for us, one of the things that was the most striking was when you walk in, as you become further and further into the exhibit, it takes on the appearance of the trenches, and you feel like you're in the trenches, and it closes in this claustrophobic feeling to create what the young men were facing. And you write about that as part of your book, what it was, what they lived, days in the trenches, and the kinds of conditions under which they fought and lived.
Well, life in the trench was like a constant battle, the everyday life. When it rained, the trenches would filled with mud. They were dirty, they had to empty latrines, and often they couldn't do that. And sometimes no man's land would be littered with bodies. So the trenches, they were a nightmare for these men who were used to living in a colony, tight-knit communities, just suddenly into what many describe as a living hell, on the front lines.
And rats, of course,
and
the
rats, cold,
trench foot,
so many diseases. A lot of people, especially at Gallipoli, a lot of the men became sick and were taken from the lines and put into hospital because of illness and injury they sustained in the trenches, not in battle. So trench life was unprecedented.
It's true. We spend so much attention talking about the guys who were shot or who fell victim to artillery. You forget that people did die simply because they got so sick because of the living conditions.
Yeah, I think at Gallipoli it was 150 people that were sent to
dysentery.
hospital. Yep, dysentery, frostbite, severe frostbite, because it rained for days. They were up to sometimes their knees in water, and then there was a deep freeze. So they had frostbite on the front lines in Gallipoli. I can't imagine what those, and a lot of them were so young. I can't imagine what those young men were experiencing.
And Anthony, you experienced that yourself when you visited the Beaumont Hamel Newfoundland Memorial, because there is the remains, well, not the remains, very much the trench network as it existed there is still being preserved there.
It's remarkable when you actually go there, because what they've maintained is the entire battlefield has got these pockmarks from where the shells exploded. So you have these dips all across the battlefield. And one of the reasons Newfoundland Park is so well regarded is because they've done such a great job of actually keeping the trenches. So you've got the rear trench and the front trench, and the trench which the Scottish later built when they finally actually could take Beaumont Hamel after the fiasco that happened on this day. You realize that if you were tall, you had a problem. You'd be walking around that trench hunched over for the entire time that you were there. It's an amazing place to visit, and you'd sort of think of spending one day there, let alone weeks and months.
Weeks at a time.
It's astonishing.
That is part of, as we've said, this beautiful new gallery, the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery, which is going to be opened to Princess Anne today, and the formal ceremony and open to the public as of tomorrow. It's in large part because of the great vision and generosity, to be sure, of a woman by the name of Eleanor Gill Ratcliffe, who's contributed more than $3 million to this particular effort. And I had the chance to meet her last year on the 99th anniversary when it was but an empty room in that gallery, and I wanted to reconnect with her this year now that it's built, beautiful, and ready to be viewed. So I want to share some of that conversation as Eleanor Gill Ratcliffe and I spoke yesterday inside the new exhibition. Eleanor, it's so wonderful to see you again. We met here last year.
We did.
When this was but an empty room.
And now look at today.
Well, as you look at it, what do you think?
I feel a great sense of accomplishment.
Do you
I am
really?
so grateful for all of those fellow donors and all the design team, the people at the rooms who brought this wonderful space to fruition. It is just an amazing, amazing gallery.
So you're happy with it? Is what you had in your mind?
It is exactly what I had in my mind.
Isn't that?
And I walk and I see these faces and they follow me. The eyes follow us as we walk through.
Well, that is the first thing you can't help.
The faces.
But see, this is a personal connection, and it's the faces and the words, isn't it?
Yes, and they're riveting. The eyes are riveting, the faces, and they are us, you know?
We are in what you have created here with the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery is the largest First World War exhibition in the country.
Yes,
Isn't that wonderful?
It is amazing. Yeah.
But it's not just stuff.
It is not just
the
stuff.
stories.
It is who we are. When we did the social history gallery and we asked people what it meant to be a Newfoundlander, we were expecting answers like Confederation with Canada, loss of the fishery, the Americans who spent time in Newfoundland, the vastness of our province, the oil, none of that. Beaumont Hamel, #1.
As
That's
the event
what
that
it
defined.
meant to be a Newfoundlander, to commemorate and remember Beaumont Hamel. So I came back and said to the CEO and the chair of the board of the rooms, this is a germ of an idea. We need to address that. Somehow we need to bring that history to these people. And I think this gallery, it's the panorama of our history, but yet it's caught the eloquent voice of this province. You know?
I agree.
So,
and when people are able to see this, very soon it will be open to the public. They will walk and they will take this all in and they will look at the artifacts and they will see the stories. And what do you hope is the impression it creates, is the message it delivers to them?
the message has to be always, it's their ancestors who we are commemorating today, but also we built on their legacy. You know, what we have become is largely due to the efforts of these people. You know, people have they talk about Gallipoli for Australia and New Zealand, talk about Vimy for Upper Canada, but Beaumont Hamel is where we started as a people. We suddenly woke up and said, this is who we are. It is where we start to take our place on the world stage.
Of all of the things that are here, and there are many.
Many, yeah.
What is the one thing that you want me to look at?
I want you to see the socks that the women of Newfoundland knit. The
Newfoundland
socks, and you can feel the wool, and different colors were different sizes.
Yes.
The Newfoundland socks were in high demand. People would trade food for a pair of socks knit by Newfoundland women for the troops. And these women would put a little note to each soldier that got the socks in the toe saying, this was knit by Heather Hiscox for any Newfoundland soldier and hoping you're coming home soon. You know.
And why do you want me to see this more than any? What does that speak to for you?
I think that that question of who we are, it's ours.
Our boys.
Our boys, they're ours. I'm hoping that I have left a legacy in this province, you know, because if you don't understand your history, you don't have much to go on, do you? I think that just maybe I've accomplished a small part in leaving this legacy to this generation, and I hope future generations and our wonderful guests who come from away, like yourself, who will get to know and understand us a little better.
We do, as a result of what you've created here. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And that's Heather giving you a sneak peek of what's behind us in the rooms, the Provincial Museum. And Heather, you did that interview with Eleanor Gill-Radcliffe, a remarkable woman, a generous woman whose donation of $3.25 million is part of what made this this incredible museum possible. And you saw the Faces of Valor, which is one of the opening sections in the exhibit. Remarkable photographs. And I find, you know, I think of my 19-year-old son, and I just sort of see his face turn into black and white, and you start to really, you lose it.
It makes it home, doesn't it?
But the point that she was making to you about the socks and the role of women, I think that's something we could explore with Jenny, because we have talked a fair bit about the regiment, but you think about the moms, the grandmoms, the sisters, the daughters. We should talk about the role of women and the impact on women, because you address that in your book.
Yeah. I loved the role of women in the First World War. They organized under a group called the Women's Patriotic Association, and it's one of the happy stories to come out of the war. So across the island, we have 15,000 women across class lines. You have the elite, you have the fisher women.
Across religious lines,
across
too?
religious lines, in a colony deeply divided among denominational lines. So they all came together, and their contribution to the war effort here was significant. They raised money, they raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, which today would be millions of dollars. And across the island we had thousands of women knitting tens of thousands of those beautiful socks. Well, the ones in the rooms are ones that their descendants maybe knit today, which is what a beautiful part of contribution to that exhibit. So they knitted socks, they knitted sweaters, they made surgical equipment to send overseas, so they raised enough money to build a hospital at home, open hospital wards overseas, and their work was publicly praised by the press, the government, the people. And after the war, what happens is a lot of the women who were in the WPA, they joined the suffrage movement.
Right.
And by then, attitudes towards women, what they say is, look, we have shown during the war that our work, our traditional work, has made substantial contributions to society. We deserve a say in its governance. We deserve the vote. And the public was behind them after the war. Before the war, you see newspaper editorials sort of opposed to the women getting the vote. After the war, everyone supports it, and we get the vote in 1925. And those WPA women and the nurses who went overseas and came back and became suffragists, they're my heroes. I mean, I vote in every election I can, and it's because of them, and their role in the war played a big role in that.
And it's interesting the way that you make the link between the Women's Patriotic Association and the suffragette movement, because World War I, the First World War, was a turning point for women, not just here, but across the world, really.
Yes, yes. And what's interesting, too, is in a lot of other countries, women took on non-traditional roles. So as men...
Making armaments.
Yeah, as men vacated their jobs to go to the front lines, women took over their positions. But in Newfoundland, we didn't have a big manufacturing industry. The fishing family was really the economic unit. So women were active in that. So after the men left, women really shone a spotlight on their traditional roles as caretakers, as, you know, charity workers, knitting, and it really shone a beautiful spotlight on their role and their importance to society.
And cast the role and the work of what women did in a whole new light and a greater appreciation for it. In the rooms behind, as you saw during that interview, as we gave him a bit of a sneak peek, didn't we? Because it doesn't open to the public. But you get a sense of the artifacts that have been assembled. And as I mentioned, it is the largest First World War exhibition in the country as a result of the work of Eleanor Gill-Radcliffe and the others here. But that's inside. Outside today on this beautiful day, there's also an assemblage of something something else that will give you very much the flavor of the First World War, and Chrissy Holmes has that for us now. Chrissy?
Yeah, okay. Well, speaking of the role of women in the First World War, this is a really interesting exhibit, because I'll bet you didn't know that women were champion ambulance drivers during World War I. I want to bring in Ashley Creed here from The First World War Comes to Life. They've brought a number of replica vehicles from the First World War. And most interesting, perhaps, is this ambulance and some of the technology that was used. This was brand new back then.
This was brand new, and there was still horse-drawn ambulances serving alongside these as well. What we have here is a 1918 replica Model T Ford ambulance. It's original 1918 chassis, and the box was rebuilt to the exact blueprints from the Henry Ford Museum, so it's right to spec.
And this would have been brand new technology to load injured men and women in here. Just talk us through what's happening.
Yeah, so for the 1918 model, you'd have one guy on top and two on the bottom, or you could fit four on the benches, depending on the nature of their injury. But all different types of car manufacturers produce these ambulances, from Buick to McLaughlin, so they got even bigger than this.
So tell us about these champion women now.
Yeah, so especially towards the end of the war, and you need all the guys at the front, a lot of women started to become ambulance drivers, and we have a couple of Canadian women who went over to serve with the British Red Cross, and they were in charge of basically keeping the vehicle in check. They were mechanical driven, they were adventurous spirits, and it was a liberating experience to go over there and do their part in so close to the front lines, really.
Well, Ashley, I've just met a really interesting woman here who was looking at this vehicle very curiously. Camilla, come on in here. Camilla Farrell has traveled from Nova Scotia just to see this exhibit today. And Camilla, I understand that your father would have been inside one of these ambulances. Tell us a little about his story.
Okay, it would have been actually 3 times I would expect that he was in there. He was wounded 3 times in the First World War. He was Sergeant Samuel Farrell, number 1761 of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. And pleased to say, of course, he was a survivor, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But he was wounded, and each time he was invalided back to England, fixed up, repaired, and sent back to the trenches. And the last one, I believe, last one was November 1918.
Wow. That's an amazing story, because if it weren't for these vehicles, you might not be here today.
No, and that's why I was chatting earlier with the nurse and asking her about it. I didn't realize that it was a newer version, so perhaps in 1916 or so, when he was first wounded, it probably was a horse-drawn one. I don't know. Who knows?
It was really lovely to meet you, Camilla and Ashley. Thank you so much. We're going to bring it back now to the desk with Heather and Anthony.
What you're seeing now is Newfoundland dog, of course. The Newfoundland dog was the symbol, the mascot of Newfoundland Regiment. The original one is Sable Chief. This is obviously a descendant of Sable Chiefs, and with them members of the Signal Hill Tattoo. Normally you would see them dressed in uniforms of the 1800s. For this ceremony today, obviously they've decided to wear something different. They're dressed in the tin hats and soldiers' uniforms of the First World War. And in the background, it's a very glorious moment. You're actually hearing the end of the Ode to Newfoundland, the anthem of the colony. People are standing on their feet. There are 1,000 people here waiting for the princess to arrive. Let's just take in some of this for a few moments.
I think that may be, for me, the image of the day.
Incredible. David Pomeroy, and the one thing that you might not be able to catch is how many people, Heather, behind us were singing. That was an incredibly moving rendition of the Ode. Everybody standing on their feet and singing the Ode to Newfoundland is fantastic.
And it was the official anthem at the time of the First World War, of course, back as the provincial anthem since 1980. But then to see with Sable Chief, who we should tell you, You know, this may seem a little morbid to some, but they've actually preserved Sable Chief. When he passed away in 1919, they sent him to a taxidermist, and he is what begins your visit into the rooms, the original mascot.
Jenny actually has some information in her book about Sable Chief. Why was this dog so important? Because he really did become part of the regiment.
Oh yes, he was well loved by the regiment. They trained him to march and to do certain things upon command. He was just, I think, a friendly taste of home, a symbol of home, what they were fighting for. I mean, knowing they were going off to the he was stationed at their depot in Ayr, so I mean, I think it just gave the Newfoundland Regiment, the men who served with it, just a bit of joy to see a dog. I mean, who doesn't love a dog? And it's a Newfoundland dog.
Beautiful. And he marched in time.
Yeah, he marched in time. And he also became a popular postcard that soldiers would send home too. So there are many pictures of Sable Chief that were turned into postcards and then sent home to Newfoundland.
And I guess within the horrors of war, just having something that would resemble normalcy, would have its own morale boosting qualities, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think he also, just open to.
Let me just ask you this as you find what you're trying to find. As a Newfoundlander, more so than as a historian, when you look behind us and you see thousands of people standing, as they were moments ago, singing the Ode to Newfoundland. Now, mind you, I guess it helps that you got a tenor like David Pomeroy helping you sing.
Yes.
But even without him there, I just get this kind of shivers. It's a remarkable scene.
I mean, this is just, our cameras are capturing that, and it is sea to sea, wall to wall, people.
And they're awaiting, of course, the Princess Royal is going to be here in a short while. But I wonder, Heather, Jenny, what do you think?
This is tremendously moving. I feel very privileged to be a part of this. I think this also just shows how deeply the battle of 100 years ago has affected the people today. I mean, we have people in the thousands coming out, and I've spoken to people who are related to the soldiers who served at Beaumont Hamel, and it's always an emotionally charged conversation. I mean, it is still very potent today, 100 years later.
Can you talk about that? Because Eleanor Radcliffe told me that same thing. You know, these boys are ours. They're our boys. Why is there that affinity, do you think, that remains 100 years later?
I think, just 2 weeks ago, I was speaking to a woman who showed me a gold locket that her uncle brought home to her mother. She never met her uncle because he died in the war. So I think for us, Beaumont Hamel is a symbol of Newfoundland and Labrador's role in the entire First World War. And I think it's a very sad occasion in our history. It's probably the largest tragedy we've ever had. And it's a period of loss. It marks a great time of loss for us, when we feel like we've lost a generation of potential leaders who maybe would have altered the course of our future had they not gone to war, had we not spent all the money building up, spending it on the war. So I think for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians today, they wonder, what would their families be like today had their uncles not died overseas, or had their relatives not come back traumatized? And what would Newfoundland be like today if we had those leaders? Would we have better weathered the financial storms of the 1920s and 1930s? Who knows? That's
an excellent point, because a lot of people, if you live in the mainland, you sort of think of the 1920s as this period of phenomenal growth. Not the case in Newfoundland, where the fishery had a very difficult decade in the 20s. The 30s, everybody knows, a problematic time. But you make an interesting point, because some people forget, as we praise the regiment and soldiers who fought for liberty and freedom, that within a generation of the end of the war, Newfoundland finds itself surrendering its sovereignty to the very country that basically dragged it into the First World War.
Yes, it's such a sad period. It's a dark period in our history, and I think the ripples from that are still affecting us today. It's what happened. So we served in the war, and there was a lot of war debt associated. There was a loss in human life, but there was also great financial loss. So there were millions spent on war loans, millions spent on interest on those loans, and then even more on soldier pensions. It plunged us into debt. And then on the heels of the 1920s, there was a global recession that affected the cod fishery. We couldn't rebound from that. By the time the Great Depression happened, we were nearing bankruptcy. We approached Britain for help. Help was offered, financial aid was offered, but at a great cost. They wanted greater political control over Newfoundland, so we surrendered our elected government and a commission of government was appointed by Britain, and they stayed in power until we joined Canada. So many people, Beaumont Hamel for many people is a symbol of the beginning of the loss of our nationhood. And there's just tremendous sorrow associated with that. I'm not saying people aren't happy in their present circumstances, but there's just a tremendous...
But it cast a very, very long shadow
Yeah.
over the beginning of the 20th century for this place.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yes, it was a turning point in our history. It was a defining moment in our history. And I think that's why it still resonates, because it affected us on a personal level, it affected families, it affected communities, and it affected the Dominion as a whole.
It's remarkable. You're watching our live coverage of the Beaumont Hamel ceremonies here at the Rooms, the Provincial Museum in St. John's. I'm Anthony Germain, here with Heather Hiscox and Jenny Higgins. As you can see, the crowd taking to its feet. Some of the people who will shortly be coming here, I think everybody wants to get a peek of the Princess Royal. And I know security has been tightened up in and around here. More police vehicles. It's not every day that we get a monarch showing up.
No, and she has been here for a couple of days, and is typical of Princess Anne. She has been working doggedly. She has distributed Duke of Edinburgh awards. She gave the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment new colors just yesterday. She was visiting a therapeutic riding center, of course, equestrian events very much close to her heart as we look at the beautiful Newfoundland dog. And then she has been here and earlier at the National War Memorial, spent a great deal of time speaking to veterans and to people who were assembled as she placed a wreath. And she's going to be making some remarks here and taking a tour, a private tour of the rooms a little bit later on, and we'll be showing you that. You know, last year when I was here for the 99th, I remember the people who run the rooms were saying, you know, we're hopeful that we might have a crowd that would fill the lawn, but they didn't know. And isn't this extraordinary to see that all of their dreams and their planning has indeed come to fruition today?
It's amazing you say that, because part of me was thinking we actually talked about the weather because we don't get this kind of sunshine in St. John's. Well, we do get it, but just not that often. And I wonder, Jenny, I'll ask you one final question before we say goodbye, and thank you for being here. You sort of look at the sunshine. My gut instinct tells me that it could be pouring rain, and that same number of people be behind us. What do you think?
Oh, I definitely think so. I think we're Newfoundlanders, Labradorians. It could be snowing.
Some prefer that.
It could be snowing and people would be there. The weather won't stop us from remembering this day in our history.
Jenny, thank you so much for being with us. It's been a real treat, and I'm glad you could find the time, and good luck with the book.
Well, thank you for having me.
It is wonderful, Jenny. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Jenny Higgins. She's the author of Newfoundland in the First World War, and she's been helping us here with CBC's live coverage from the Rooms, the Provincial Museum.
So this is what we have seen all day since we went on the air 4 hours ago, and that has been people with the tributes to their grandfathers and great uncles, because of course only men could enlist, and we see their stories, we see their medals, we see their photos, and it's really bringing the events of 100 years ago to life for us today. And I don't know, Anthony, but seeing the Signal Hill tattoo in the First World War uniforms with those tin helmets and marching as if on to war. I mean, that has really been a striking image, and they'll be the honor guard for Princess Anne.
It's quite the opportunity, because you get a lot of young teenagers get the summer job of a lifetime performing with the tattoo. Normally, Heather, they're not in those uniforms. They're in much older uniforms from the 1800s usually, and they perform near Signal Hill. This is quite the honor for them, and certainly going to be the kind of summer job they are not going to forget. You can hear the applause behind us as people are taking to their feet. Once again, the crowd standing up and sitting down a lot as the ceremony unfolds. The parade entering the grounds in the VIP section in and around the rooms. And we'll watch some of these people enter. First, of course, the marching band.
Yes, the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Band. They performed as part of the memorial ceremony earlier at the National War Memorial. And this is a band, we were noting then, also traces its history back to 1914 and the First World War, and has served with distinction ever since, and has performed, as the crowd appreciates, at a number of very important events here in St. John's, royal visits, the visit of the Pope, a number of other commemorations. As we look at the old colors, my goodness, the Union Jack there looking back. And certainly, of course, it is most fitting that the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Band should be playing a leading role today.
The ceremony has essentially moved from the National War Memorial, where we were this morning, and most of the same people who were down there earlier have made their way to the rooms. And I'd like to introduce a new guest who's going to help us cover the ceremony as it morphs into really the princess's visit to this fantastic exhibit we've been telling you about and that Heather showed you about. Larry Dowie is with the rooms, and he joins us here on the set of our special. Good to see you, Larry, once again.
Good to see you.
Larry, great to see you. I don't know to whom you spoke, but you got a wonderful day.
Thank you.
I didn't realize you had that much clout.
Basilica's just behind us.
What are your thoughts on seeing this, Larry?
We've been waiting for this. We've been building this for 4 years. We couldn't ask for anything better. Crowds, great to have the crowds out.
Carry it on! Front right, carry it on!
The princess here is just wonderful.
Any jitters?
Oh, there was lots of jitters this morning. In fact, I walked through the exhibit this morning because I knew I was going to be here with you guys. And I wanted to get a sense of what it looked like in the final touches of the air. I actually wept when I was walking through it. There alone, I said, oh my God, these fellows 100 years ago on this very day. And I was looking at their names, reading pieces out of their diaries and their journals, and it was really quite emotional.
Well, congratulations, because what you've assembled in there is so moving. You're not going to be the only one who sheds tears at what is in that beautiful exhibition, because it is the stories. It's the stories of the people, the soldiers and their families. What have you tried to capture here with that?
Well, that's exactly. We traveled around the province. We went to 15 different communities. We spoke to hundreds of families, and they gave us over artifacts and archival material that they've been holding for 100 years. This was the most precious.
I'll just interrupt you for a moment, Larry. The Princess Royal has arrived at the rooms, and she is there. That's Premier Ball is there with her.
Lieutenant Governor.
And Lieutenant Governor Frank Fagan is there as well. And a lot of people, of course, you heard the applause go up. They're delighted to actually see that Princess Royal is here. And as I mentioned, Larry and the other senior people at the rooms will have made it possible for the Princess Royal to actually get inside and actually be one of the first people to get the full look at the exhibits that are in there. Although she's, according to protocol, she'll be pressed for time. It'll be a quick tour, but she's heading there right now. How big a deal is it to you, Larry, and for the people at the rooms to have the Princess Royal here?
And so we
of Royal Regiment. Yep, yeah.
And for the chair of your board and your CEO, they are there and they are esquiring her. It's a big moment for them too.
This is a day that they've really worked towards. They've been out there meeting people, getting the funding. This is a huge exhibit by any standard. So it's just great to see that now we've come to this period.
And here she is inspecting the tattoo, of course, giving the Newfoundland dog a little pat on the head. I think the Royals always have a hard time resisting canines.
Yeah, they're very attached to the canines.
They love dogs.
I was telling our viewers earlier, Larry, that it's Sable Chief who will greet them when they arrive at the exhibit.
Yeah. And we're anticipating a great deal of response, especially from children to Sable Chief, because he's very approachable. He's a Newfoundland dog. Everyone loves a Newfoundland dog.
front row first or back row?
Princess Anne, of course, the leader of the regiment, the colonel-in-chief, doing an inspection. This is going to be a moment that these men in uniform are going to remember, because she is the person with the honor, as Ed Roberts said earlier in the show, to represent the colonel-in-chief of the regiment, speaking among the soldiers. This is, what do you think, Larry? I don't think these guys are going to forget this day.
I know a lot of them won't, and some of them were actually had the pleasure of meeting in Corner Brook a couple of days ago. So I actually spoke to some who were on the field earlier in the morning, and they were just thrilled at the idea that.
And I suppose in these moments they never know for sure with which soldier Princess Royal is going to stop and chat.
No. It was interesting, Ed Roberts was telling us earlier just what a deep connection she feels to the regiment. She, as we mentioned, she presented colors this week, but she presented to the other battalion in 2010. She has visited several occasions, very aware of what they're doing and very closely linked to following their happenings and feeling closely tied to them. And so she'll be as excited to meet them as they are to meet her, perhaps.
And she's wearing a pretty groovy pair of shades. So bright out there.
She's also very aware of the history of the regiment.
Yes.
She recently did an interview with Chris O'Neill Yates.
CBC, yeah.
And she showed that she is very
She had
aware.
knowledge, yeah, she had knowledge.
She's wearing a pin that Ed was pointing out to us as well that was given to her in Corner Brook, depiction of the caribou in keeping the emblem, of course, of the regiment. So we will watch for that if we get a glance.
This is Premier Dwight Ball gave that to the Princess Royal. She continues her inspection before she heads inside. After she gets in there, I know because your hands are so involved with actually getting the exhibits together. I asked you before if you had any jitters, Larry, but what do you hope that she's going to take away from however amount of time she gets to actually visit the exhibits on the inside of what, as Heather has pointed out several times in our special coverage, is the largest exhibit in the country about the First World War. What do you hope that she'll go back to London with?
Well, our promise to all the families that we met, who gave us the artifacts, who gave us the archival documents, was that we would tell their stories. So we're hoping that she will go back knowing a little more about the communities, the small communities that these men and women came from. I hope that she'll be able to remember some of the stories about the contributions that this small country of Newfoundland made to the war effort.
In that interview with Chris, she did talk about that, what an outsized contribution it was. That many men in a colony that at time had only 250,000 people in general. But it's interesting, you know, to think about that. Is she aware? Did you get the impression? So King George V, her great-grandfather, after the battle, after 1917, issues what was the only royal title accorded during the First World War to the Newfoundland Regiment, so becoming the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. That was quite a moment in boosting the morale, both there and at home here. She would be aware of that, how important that would be, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's very aware of the history of her own family, so she was certainly aware, as her grandfather would have been, about the population of Newfoundland. And Governor Davidson, back in 1916, was very conscious that he had a very small pool of men to draw from. And in fact, as the war went on, we moved from 18 years old as the minimum age to 35, and then it lowered and went up. And at one point on our attestation papers or the regimental records, the age no longer appeared there. There was the apparent age. So we had kids who were showing up. And if you appeared to be 18 years old, that was good enough. So you had young boys who were growing mustaches to try and meet that 18-year-old standard when they were really 14 and 15 and 16.
Well, Tommy Ricketts was just 17 17 when he was awarded the Victoria Cross toward the end of the war. So
Excellent.
he started at 15.
And when we go to our live coverage earlier from France, there was a plaque that is at the base of the caribou that has names on it, and those are the names of the dead. And I know that one of the names on that belonged to a boy that research has ascertained was 14 years of age. It's remarkable. You think in 2016, 100 years later, the differences in a century. I mean, we actually talk about child soldiers now in third world countries and in the developing world, and for all intents and purposes, some of these boys were exactly that. They were child soldiers.
That's right. And all these boys and young men, they showed up at the CLB Army just down the road. And we have accounts, we've got these great stories where mothers realized, now where's that little fellow gone now? But he'd gone down to sign up. And mothers went down and said, no way, you're coming home with me. So we have several stories of that.
One of the first things that you find inside the room's exhibit is indeed a place where you can stand, right, Larry, and be measured and see if you would, in fact, be allowed to enlist. What does that involve? Share a little bit about that.
Well, we had a test, so a model put in place a few months ago to get the response of children. And it was amazing to see children walk up to that exhibit, measure up, we refer to it as, and they would, for height and for eyesight and for weight. And these kids were amazed that boys their own age walked up, were measured, and were signed
accepted.
up. And 14, 15 years old, it's going to be a wonderful addition to the exhibit.
It speaks to the interactive quality of all of that exhibit as well. People will be able to really, put on, there's another part where you can put on uniforms, when you can really feel like what it was like to head off.
One of the last things that most of these boys did, they went down to the Holloway studio here in St. John's. They wanted to get a photograph for their parents or for their sweetheart. So in every home in Newfoundland, as a child, I remember walking into a house and they'd have these beautiful oval photographs. And these were of these boys that signed up, these young men that signed up. Well, they went to the Holloway studio. They had that photograph taken, the last $2 or $3 that they had in their pocket, and so that they could send it home. Those that died, that's all that their parents had. And now you can walk into the Holloway Studio 2016, have your photograph taken, stand in a uniform of a nurse or one of the officers of the regiment.
And the Princess Royal will see that camera when she actually enters the exhibit, as the ceremony continues here outside the rooms.
The Banks of Newfoundland. This was a song that all of the regiment rallied around. When they came out of Beaumont Hamel, 68 strong, they didn't cheer until someone played The Banks of Newfoundland on an accordion. And we have an accordion in the exhibit just to remind people this is an important instrument in our culture.
And you mentioned the sound of the accordion. That was one of the things that I found most remarkable, because as you're walking through, you hear voices, you hear the sound of artillery and the sound of gunfire, and it really brings it to life, the sounds of battle.
So for those of you, of course, who watch here now, you might recognize that as Debbie Cooper. She'll be handling the proceedings here. I'm going to come back to the point you were making, though, about the photography, because in the privilege that Heather and I had to actually get a sneak peek yesterday, the photographs of the faces, and we saw some of that when we played Heather's interview with Eleanor Gill Radcliffe. Eleanor, in her interview with Heather, said that she felt as though, we'll get back to some of this. This is Dean Brinton, the CEO of the rooms.
And welcome to the rooms. It is a great pleasure to welcome all of you, our very special guests, and to introduce our dignitaries. Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. Their honors, Frank Fagan, Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and Mrs. Fagan. The Honorable Dwight Ball, Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Seamus O'Regan, Member of Parliament representing the Government of Canada. Ambassadors and High Commissioners, members of the military. Mr. Tom Foran, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Rooms Corporation. Ms. Eleanor Gill Ratcliffe, our Centennial Leader individual, Mr. Barry Perry, President and CEO of Fortis, our Centennial Leader Corporate, and Mr. Hugh Nangle, son of Lieutenant Colonel Reverend Thomas Nangle of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. Mr. Nangle's father led the process of identifying and reburying Newfoundland's fallen soldiers, of overseeing the creation of Newfoundland Memorial Park at Beaumont Hamel, the monuments along the Trail of the Caribou, and the War Memorial here in St. John's. Padre Nangle is among our most cherished people. As all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians know well, it was 100 years ago today, July 1st, 1916, that nearly 700 young soldiers of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment were killed or wounded at Beaumont Hamel, France, over a span of 30 minutes. That is why July 1st is called Memorial Day in Newfoundland and Labrador, even as we celebrate Canada Day and our pride in being Canada's youngest province. Although the Royal Newfoundland Regiment suffered grievous losses at many other battles during the First World War, as did Newfoundlanders serving with other branches of the military and under other flags, Beaumont Hamel has become a symbol of our loss, of our willingness to sacrifice for the values that we hold dear, and of our pride in the indomitable spirit of our people. Newfoundland, which was then a small nation of 240,000 souls, suffered terribly in the years following the end of the First World War in 1918. Having lost a generation of its young, burdened with a loan taken to pay off its share of the Commonwealth war debt, an economy spiraling out of control as commodity prices collapsed in the years before the Great Depression, and a wide range of social ills, Newfoundland suspended responsible government in 1933 and replaced it with commission of government in 1934, thereby losing its independence as a nation. Beaumont Hamel marked the end of our innocence, of our small dominion spread over thousands of miles of fishing villages where the impersonality of the modern era and the ravages of European wars had not yet reached. When Newfoundland answered the call to serve king and country, it catapulted its young across the North Atlantic into a world that it had never known. And when they didn't come home, all Newfoundlanders became part of that world, a world in which we remain today, even as we strive to preserve, through our music, our visual art, our literature, our humor, and our stoicism, how our ancestors lived and felt for centuries. Beaumont Hamel is a symbol of our culture, and it is a culture based on an eternal bond between its people. On this 100th anniversary of Beaumont Hamel, we are here today because we cherish the things that bind us together as Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and as Canadians, above all others. That is why we still remember them, 100 years after that fateful day, and why we are doing all that we can to see that they will still be remembered in 100 years. This, more than anything else, is what we do here. We nurture the ties that bind us, and we never forget anyone. Thank you for being with us today. It means the whole world to have you here. The extraordinary financial support that we have received from individuals and corporations to develop this historic Fort Townsend site and to build the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery to be dedicated later this afternoon would not have been possible without the support of our Premier and the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the Honourable Dwight Ball, Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Well, thank you, Dean. And welcome, everyone, especially your Royal Highness. Welcome back to Newfoundland and Labrador. Your Honours, federal and provincial colleagues, Mr. Foran, Ms. Gill-Ratcliffe, Mr. Perry, ladies and gentlemen, and especially our young men and women in uniform here today. 100 years ago, our fellow Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, indeed our family members, they fought and they died at the Battle of Beaumont Hamel. 100 years later, I am truly humbled to stand before you on the former site of Fort Townsend to pay tribute to our ancestors and the members of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment who paid the ultimate sacrifice so that we may enjoy the freedom that we experience today. You could ask any resident of Newfoundland and Labrador, what is the most significant event which defined us as a people? And the response will likely be Beaumont Hamel and the sacrifice made there by the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. One historian observed that the battle was an event that cut so deep into all the aspects of Newfoundland society that it changed the course of our history forever. When war was declared, we had volunteers to join the newly reformed Newfoundland Regiment. They lined up in all our bays and coves and communities from St. John's to Labrador. They entered the First World War at Gallipoli. They were the only regiment from North America to do so, and they distinguished themselves there and in many other battles. But the centerpiece of the Newfoundland and Labrador Regiment and their wartime sacrifice was at Beaumont Hamel. As we gathered here today in our beloved province, a delegation of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, including 35 of our youth, have retraced the footsteps of our Newfoundland Regiment, and they have paid tribute at their gravesides in France. Now, these young soldiers were just ordinary people, but they did extraordinary things, as we have learned about their wartime story, their stories of courage, perseverance, and pride. Those qualities which are the essence of the fighting Newfoundlander. These are qualities that allowed those brave Newfoundlanders and Labradorians on the morning of July 1st to instinctively tuck their chins under their shoulders, as they often did in their communities back in Newfoundland and Labrador, when they would fight blizzards and they would fight the environmental and the elements that they faced. They came out of their trenches, and they waded through the hail of German gunfire to meet their untimely death. But today, we come together, both here and in France, to commemorate a tragic time in our collective histories. But we do it today as nations, as allies, and as friends. Beaumont Hamel remains to this day that small but precious part in France, which forever is a part of Newfoundland and Labrador. So we will cherish and hold sacred the sacrifice of those who served, who fought, and those who died, and who rest in those green fields in France. But today, I'm honored to be part of a dedication ceremony at the rooms at the former site of Fort Townsend. I commend the rooms, and what a job they have done. Ms. Gill-Ratcliffe, Mr. Petton, as well as the other supporters, for keeping the memory of our brave ancestors alive through this project. It is remarkable that so many years after Fort Townsend receded from the skyline of St. John's, the Royal Newfoundland Regiment is now standing before us in the exact location where the soldiers' barracks from the Fort Townsend once stood. So indeed, the phrase, "where once they stood, we stand," could not be more pertinent to the regiment and to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador than it is on July 1st, 2016, the 100th anniversary of Beaumont Hamel. So together, this site will ensure that future generations will hold Newfoundland and Labrador in their hearts today, as they did 100 years after the Royal Newfoundland Regiment looked east upon the battlefield of Beaumont Hamel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Premier. Next, I invite Seamus O'Regan, MP for St. John South Mount Pearl, with his remarks.
Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. Their Honours Frank Fagan, Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and Mrs. Fagan, the Honourable Dwight Ball, Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, members of Parliament, ambassadors, High Commissioners, members of our military, Mesdames et Messieurs. The Newfoundland Regiment may be the story of Beaumont Hamel, but Beaumont Hamel isn't the whole story of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. At moments like this, it's important to preserve the memory and the honor of the men and the women who place service above sacrifice, who place country above comfort. But all too often, we take these men and women and their memories and we use them to tell a story that simply isn't true. On July 1st, 1916, the men of the Newfoundland Regiment went over the top at the Battle of the Somme. You all know that. What you may not know is that up to that point in the war, they had served with incredible distinction. They were considered amongst the very best. They were one of the few volunteer forces skilled and ready enough to fight alongside professional soldiers. In Gallipoli, they withstood everything their enemy and the weather could throw at them. And when a British force was unable to evacuate with the main group, it was the Newfoundland Regiment that was chosen to go back in and cover the retreat. That bears repeating. That bears repeating, ladies and gentlemen. When a dangerous and important job was at hand, it was the Newfoundland Regiment that was called to action. There is a reason why the Newfoundland Regiment was the only regiment to receive the royal designation during World War I. If we hang our heads on July 1st and think of Beaumont Hamel as the cruel sacrifice of Newfoundlanders, as some colonial cannon fodder by uncaring generals, we do a disservice to their memory. We do a disservice to what was our country and what is our home. The men of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment did not shrink from their duty. They did not fear their responsibility. They were fully aware of what faced them when they went over the top, fully aware of the machine guns, the artillery, the snipers that awaited them as they tried to cross into no man's land. If you read the journals of those who fell on July 1st, you do not read the thoughts of men unwilling to face what they knew inevitable. You read the thoughts of men who refused to even consider letting down the man next to them, even consider letting down their families at home, refused to consider letting down their country. That's Newfoundland. That's Newfoundland. That's my home. It's a place that despite the wind and despite the rain and despite the cold, it keeps a warm house and an even warmer heart. It's a place that despite the economic hardship and the too often difficult job of keeping the wolves from the door, always has a cup of sugar or a cord of wood for a neighbor. That's what they were fighting for. That's why they went over the top that day. We rightfully honor them by doubling down our efforts here, by refusing to bow in the face of staggering odds, by refusing to let down the person next to us or our families at home. As we take a moment to reflect, let us consider the bravery of each and every man that day, because they are giants. They are heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Seamus, for those very moving remarks. I now invite Barry Perry, CEO Fortis Inc., the Centennial Leader Corporate, to dedicate this beautiful Fortis courtyard and the amphitheater. Barry Perry.
Thank you, Debbie. Your Royal Highness, their honors, Premier Ball, Mr. O'Regan, ambassadors and high commissioners from other countries, the officers and men and women of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, officers of the Canadian Armed Forces, officers of the Armed Forces of other countries, Mr. Foran, Miss Gill Radcliffe, Mr. Brinton. My colleagues and I at Fortis stand proud with all of you today to commemorate and remember the stories of those who served in the First World War. Today is a special dedication to those who valiantly fought for our freedom. We gather some 100 years later to remember their fierce determination to make the world a better place. The passion we all feel for our forefathers is what brings us together here at the Rooms. I cannot begin to express how deeply appreciative we are at Fortis to have this opportunity to ensure that Beaumont Hamel story is known by future generations. The Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery and the Fortis Courtyard and Amphitheater are the places where people from every nook and cranny of our province can go to trace their family connection to the war. It's where school children can learn about their ancestors' role in shaping our province's place in history, where the collective stories of our forefathers can be shared and remembered by future generations. At Fortis, our colleagues have a very special connection with Beaumont Hamel. One employee's relative, Mr. Leonard Stick, was the first to enlist in the first 500. His brothers and her great-grandfather were also members of the regiment. Another employee's grandfather, Mr. Cornelius Myers, also served with the regiment in the First World War. And there are others. My grandfather enlisted in the Royal Newfoundland Regiment as well, Mr. John Kane from Pound Cove, Bonavista Bay. My wife's great-uncle is buried in Y Ravine. His name was Israel Anderson. Most of us here today can relate. Grandfathers, fathers, husbands, brothers, sons, from places such as Fox Harbor, Jobat's Arm, and Stephenville Crossing. They died or were severely wounded. Mothers, wives, and family members had to continue on without them. Communities had to rebuild. But in true testament to the attitude of our people, rebuild we did. Let us honor their tenacity and bravery here today. I am honored to stand with the Rooms, with the Government of Canada, the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador, Miss Eleanor Gill Radcliffe, and all other donors as we together unveil the Fortis Courtyard and Amphitheater and the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery. We dedicate both
Fortis, of course, one of the major financial contributors that's made this new exhibit possible. You've been listening to some of the dignitaries. Seamus O'Regan, MP, getting quite a few cheers after a very emotional speech. You heard there the reference to the cemetery in Beaumont Hamel, and I was there a few weeks ago, and what still strikes me are the headstones that say, known unto God. It was essentially going back to Barbara Dorn, people who couldn't be identified. And it makes me think, Larry, that it wasn't that long ago we were here to the debut of a song, right? The Ennis sisters are going to be singing shortly, and I know that we'll be getting that song.
Yeah, it's a song that they've written together, Maureen, Karen, and Teresa, and we want to make sure you hear it from the beginning. So let us tell you a little bit about it. It's interesting. It's a song that's rooted in their own personal grief. They lost a cousin in 2008 suddenly when he was very young, and they wrote this song at that time of their own healing. But it transfers so well to the pain of loss of a family at wartime, and they have done. You did the most extraordinary video for "I Will Sing You Home." We're going to have a live performance of it, but if you're at home, you might want to grab a tissue. I would suggest.
I would suggest that's a good idea, and I believe we're getting a prayer. I believe at the stage. Let's go back to the proceedings.
Let us pray. Almighty, gracious God, creator of the universe and all that dwells therein, we praise you. On this beautiful afternoon, we dedicate this space in memory and thanksgiving of all those who served and died at Beaumont Hamel so many years ago. And we give you thanks for their lives laid down for one another, for our nation, and the peace of the world. And we give thanks for those around the world, our men and women, soldiers, sailors, airmen that are still serving for world peace. May this place remind us always of their sacrifice and our responsibility to serve in unity, loving one another for world peace. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
It's 94-year-old Reverend Oak with a prayer. And in a moment, we're going to get back to that Ennis Sisters song that we've been talking about. And as I was saying, that actually premiered inside the rooms. And it's awfully fitting that we're going to hear that in just a moment as they're about to take the stage right outside the rooms.
And it's a great example of how the energies of three entities. So when Archives comes together, we supply them with the architecture of the day. The museum does the costume, and the art gallery supports us as well. So you have these three synergies all coming together. So it's a great place to be at work.
As I watched the video, they shot it at Kitty Vitty Lake, did they not? It was shot there, which I thought was such a full circle because, of course, the first 500 did their training in that tent city right on the shores of Kitty Vitty Lake, and here is a song in tribute to them.
Right. That's right. And to hear this with Shallow Way, it's going to be even more moving. Let's go to the performance now. I'll sing you home.
Too soon to leave this earth. How could all your work be done? Ash to ash and dust to dust. Seemed to me you'd just begun. When grief invades my soul, there's comfort in a prayer I find. Though these candles honor you, they burn for those you left behind. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. I will sing you.
Rousing round of applause for a very moving section, particularly with the video. Song gets you every time.
Oh, it gets you every time. And a lot of these children that are singing, the Shalloway Kids,
Yes.
several years ago they came to the archives and we assigned a particular soldier to each one of the choir, the students. And they went over to Beaumont Hamel and they stood at the headstone of the person that they were doing the research on, and they sang the Ode to Newfoundland. Everyone in that cemetery
Oh.
went.
I'll bet. Remarkable performance.
I to watch the video as well, and you can see the mothers, and you come back to me, and of course, you know, for so many, they did not.
The scene captures that, especially with saying goodbye.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely remarkable. You're watching coverage on CBC television of what has been happening here all day, commemoration of the Battle of Beaumont Hamel, the battle at Beaumont Hamel, the first day of the Somme, the tragic consequences. Princess Royal is here. She will soon enter the rooms to take a look at the exhibit I'm talking to Larry Dowie about. I guess this is going to be the moment of truth. You can't tell me that some people in the rooms aren't jittery now.
I would think that anyone that's going in with the royal party, and I anticipate about 14 that will be with her, they would be quite nervous. And Anne Chafe, who's the director of the museum and was the lead on this, she did a fabulous job. And I suspect she's going to be very nervous because she's actually going to be giving the tour.
Well, she practiced on us, and she did an excellent job. So I'm sure she will do a right royal fine job of leading Princess Anne through.
Yeah, no pressure, having to give the colonel of the regiment, the master colonel, to bring her in there to give her the tour. And as you see, the Princess Royal is heading towards the rooms, the inside of the rooms. Now, we do have the good fortune of having one of our cameramen in there, so we'll be able to see part of that. Now, I can't tell you exactly what we're going to see. Fortunately, with Larry Dowie here with Heather Hiscox and I, Larry knows the exhibit inside out, and he'll be able to guide us through there. And if you can't make it to the rooms the next couple of days, this is going to whet your appetite as we get closer to entering that.
I think there was a nice moment where she commended Shalloway and the members of that phenomenal choir for really, we anticipated this would be the emotional highlight of the day, and I think it has definitely provided that.
It certainly is. So Frank Fagan and the Princess Royal heading in towards the rooms.
Through that honor guard of, again, the Signal Hill tattoo, not in their usual 1800s garb, but there they are. Did you provide those, Larry, to them?
No, that's part of another project up on Signal Hill, Parks Canada, but they've been here for just about every event that we've had.
But to see them in the uniforms, and particularly for me, it's always those tin helmets, which afforded almost no protection, one would imagine. I mean, to see them, it really just brings the story of 100 years ago today to life for these commemorations.
Premier Dwight Ball is accompanying the Princess Royal into the rooms right now, where she will begin her tour. The tour is expected to last a minimum of 15 minutes. There is such a wealth of artifacts and world-class exhibits in there. It's going to be a bit of a whirlwind tour. I hope that Anne Chafe, the director, is she your boss?
Yes.
Okay. I hope that she gets to choose some of them. She can't go wrong, but there's so much to see in there. I'm sure that Anne will find a way of bringing Princess Royal to those things that she can appreciate in the tight timelines that she has.
Not bad. If you want to
take a battery.
Yeah. But,
and again, as the color guard moves out and the Royal Newfoundland Regimental Band, very warm applause for them and all they have contributed today.
Before we get inside the rooms, Larry, I wonder if I could just ask you a slightly contentious question. That is, much is made of the fact that the regiment was given the designation Royal during the war, and this wasn't something that was given to other regiments. Historian and journalist Gwyn Dyer made the point that you give the designation Royal, it doesn't cost you anything, it doesn't bring anybody back. There are some historians who view this as a, if to be totally critical, as a ploy at a time when enlistment after the massacre was down.
That's
and
right.
so you give the regiment the title Royal, maybe some more guys will enlist.
So the Newfoundland Regiment was devastated on July 1st, and then there was trench foot. There was lots of other reasons, so the numbers were falling. And they were really getting quite desperate to fill the quota. And so there's no doubt that the Royal designation was there as well to inspire other young men in Newfoundland to join. And, Governor Davidson in the day wrote many letters over to the palace saying, look, this must be considered, this must be considered. These men have done the regiment has already done some great work. They've done some great work in Montreal. Now they need the designation. And there was always that subtle inference that it will also rouse the population of Newfoundland and more young men will join.
And I guess one of the problems, Larry, is when we focus so much of our attention on what happened at Beaumont Hamel 100 years ago, we forget that the regiment acquitted itself with great success in Cambrai, Monchy-le-Preux. We tend to think of the defeats, but it bears reminding people that the regiment did have some significant success.
That's right. Well, the Trail of the Caribou, and many Newfoundlanders know it because we know the battles. We know Monchy-le-Preux, Goudecourt. We know all those names because they are they're on our streets. You walk through Silva, you walk through Gallipoli, you go down street names that come directly out of our First World War history. So it's there with us every day.
And that's it, of course, that is the place, those are the places, those very spots where the beautiful caribou statues stand and where you have followed, and so many have followed on the Trail of the Caribou. And there are so many Canadians there now, including, I should say, the Church Lads Brigade Band. They are over there following the Trail of the Caribou on a tour of honor, they are calling it, performing. They were performing in Beaumont Hamel today, and the commemorations there. But it is a real pilgrimage to this day for Newfoundlanders, isn't it, and Labradorians, to go and look at those caribou as they look proudly exactly in the direction that the Newfoundland boys would have been heading out as they went to meet their foes, and those are the spots where the caribou now stand.
I think it's amazing that we're having this. I was one of the people who was supposed to be at Beaumont Hamel, but I decided to stay back here. I wanted to be there for the 100th anniversary. Most Newfoundlanders wanted to be there for the 100th. But I wanted to be also part of this. So I think it's great that we've got so many people on the ground at Beaumont Hamel with Prince Charles there.
Yes.
And here underground we've got Princess Anne with us. And you couldn't ask for more.
It is remarkable.
It is.
Absolutely remarkable.
Growing up in Placentia Bay, what did you know of what happened 100 years ago?
I was always interested in history, so I knew a bit about the war. And then my grandfather, Patrick Nash, he signed up for the Forestry Corps. He and 7 other men, they came into St. John's and they signed up at the CLB Armory and they went over to Scotland. They were foresters. And I guess I was in grade 9, and it's the first time it really struck me because I was looking at this photograph and I was looking and I said, that's my brother Pat. But it wasn't my brother Pat. That was my grandfather Patrick Nash.
Spitting image?
It's spitting image. And it is so much in the DNA of all of us. I've seen so many men and women come in who've looked at photographs and they said, my God, that's the spitting image of so-and-so who was in the regiment or in the forestry or in the Navy. Uncanny, really.
Fantastic. You sort of look behind us now because people are sort of heading back. And I think that if we go inside the building, Princess Anne is actually inside the building. Let's go inside.
Actually, you know what? This is from an earlier conversation. Chris O'Neill Yates, one of our colleagues at CBC in your newsroom, Anthony, interviewed Princess Anne, rather exclusively. And you're going to hear, it's quite a conversation, I've heard part of it already, where she is very much aware, as I was mentioning earlier, of the outsized contribution of this tiny colony of just 250,000 people, how it mounted this great national project and sent its own regiment to war. She's aware of that, the history, and she speaks exclusively to Chris O'Neill Yates. Let's join that interview.
Highness, thank you so much. We really appreciate you doing this interview with us as we commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Beaumont Hamel. We think a lot about it in terms of the fact that it was such a loss on the day of Beaumont Hamel. Almost 800 men went to battle, and the next day there were barely 70 who answered the roll call. In your study of the regiment yourself, how do you see the sacrifice that was made by what was then the Dominion of Newfoundland in that battle?
For me, I don't think it almost matters where it was, but except for that, knowing that there was, a comparatively small community that group of people came from, patently the impact that has on an island like Newfoundland and on sparsely populated Labrador is much bigger than it would be in many other places. So you can only imagine that every family would have been affected in some way. And even here in Britain, in terms of the First World War, you tend to feel that that's true. There's very few villages that didn't lose somebody, although, funnily enough, there are some, but that may not have been true in Newfoundland. So that commitment to join up, given that although the regiment's name had existed before, it hadn't existed as a unit until the war. So that also showed an extraordinary commitment to make the decision to join up so quickly.
So they were called up from Egypt in February of 1916, and for 3 months the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, then the Newfoundland Regiment, prepared for battle. And
in Gallipoli, for goodness sake.
And in Gallipoli as well.
We remember it for Beaumont Hamel, but they hadn't exactly had an easy entrance into the war in Gallipoli.
And they were the only regiment to have conferred upon them the honour of the title Royal, again conferred by your great-grandfather.
But what was unique about that was actually during a war,
yes,
and not as a result of the war, which is very different.
Why do you think that's significant?
I think, again, because of the level of sacrifice, and I think his understanding of exactly what that meant. There was nothing. It's a very defined area, Newfoundland. I mean, it's an island. Labrador is a huge empty space. It's a very defined area with a very few number of people. And whichever way you look at that, that's an enormous commitment to make. And I think the King recognised that very early on for exactly that.
Princess Royal speaking with Chris O'Neill Yates, my colleague here at CBC, who happens to be in London. And I remember, Larry, at the time that Buckingham Palace said, "All right, CBC, she'll do it." It was quite a coup.
It was quite a coup. And, just having someone from our own province who I could identify with the history of this place and with the regiment to do the interview, that was the icing on the cake.
And to see that there, the pin, the caribou, the laurels, very much the emblem of the regiment, of which she is Colonel-in-Chief.
That's right. And that emblem is so important to all Newfoundlanders. Well, in fact, just a few days ago on our own building here, the rooms, you'll see the silhouette of the caribou was installed. And it's amazing to watch the number of people just drive down the street and they look up and they instinctively know that is the dignified emblem of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Yeah, it's great.
I think we've done so much to talk about the exhibits that we've probably whet the appetite of a lot of Newfoundlanders who are wondering, okay, when can I get in? Maybe you want to share some information about how the exhibit's going to be open after today.
We'll be open tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and I guess we'll go right till, at least 5 and maybe later. I anticipate the numbers are going to be huge tomorrow. And I've walked through it at a sort of a pace, it's at least 45 minutes to 60 minutes, and that's rushing through. You're not seeing everything. Well, in fact, it's so dense, it's a bit overwhelming to try and take it all in at one time. No. So maybe what you need to do is spend some time at a home front,
come back
sometime, and then come back for Beaumont Hamel, or come back for the Trail of the Caribou.
Because I don't think you want to just look at the facts and the numbers. I think you want to let it sink in from an emotional standpoint as well, so a return trip would be good.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier, Anthony and I, about the fact that the crowds here are tremendous. And part of it is for the 100th, obviously, but part of it is also because Princess Anne is here for the commemorations. Chrissy Holmes is with someone now who is very much interested in seeing Princess Anne. Chrissy, to you.
Oh, that's Princess Anne speaking inside the rooms.
Rolled hundreds of thousands of bandages for field dressings, knitted 62,000 pairs of socks, and raised many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And nearly 200 Newfoundland women served as nurses or in the voluntary aid detachment, both at the front in France and in England. The Great War brought together all the people of Newfoundland, those living on the island and those in Labrador. And it was the first time they had all been called to join in one common national effort. Newfoundland was a geographic expression before the war. By the end of the war, Newfoundland had become a country in its own right. It has been an honor to be asked to join you this week and to help dedicate the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery in this impressive building, a permanent exhibition which will commemorate and honor all who served during the Great War. And while it bears the name of the Newfoundland Regiment, the men who fought with such gallantry at Gallipoli, at Beaumont Hamel, at Guidecourt, at Monchy and Cambrai, and in Flanders, it portrays the lives, and too often the deaths, of all who served as soldiers, as sailors, as airmen, and as nurses. The new gallery does not describe military campaigns. It speaks instead of individual men and women, of courage and gallantry, their loss and their despair. And it underlines that phrase, they were ordinary people who did extraordinary things. And to use the word by which they were known to their fellow Newfoundlanders, they were ours. Newfoundlanders built many memorials after the Great War. The National War Memorial here in St. John's, where I laid a wreath earlier today, is perhaps the best known. The gallery does not seek to replace any of those memorials, but it is a fitting and memorable way to honor the memory of all who served and demonstrate again our gratitude for what they did a century ago. As I say, it's been a great honor and a privilege to join you here in St. John's to take part in today's ceremonies at the National War Memorial and at this new gallery. And I greatly appreciate those opportunities. And it is my great pleasure in unveiling this plaque and declaring the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery officially open to dedicate it to the memory of all those who served.
This is Royal. Unveiling a plaque, Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery, open on this day, so obviously that will be a plaque that lives as on this date, July 1st, 2016. Larry Dowie and everybody at the rooms, congratulations, a big moment.
Thank you very much. And that plaque is actually going to be moved from the lobby into a space just outside the gallery.
My colleague Chrissy Holmes is here at the rooms outside of the crowds have been here all day, and Chrissy's been reporting throughout our special coverage of Beaumont Hamel 100 years later. Chrissy.
Yes, Anthony, when the princess speaks, we listen. I'm here with a royal watcher. This is Eve Thompson, and we've just been listening to the princess's dedication with that plaque. Give us a sense of the reaction that you have, that she's even come here today. What does this mean?
It's very historical in the sense that this is our background as well. And I was formerly a member of the Commonwealth Society when I first came to Newfoundland 30 years ago. And I gained a great appreciation for both the history and the culture of royalty in Newfoundland and in Canada in general.
What was your reaction when you saw Her Royal Highness Princess Anne come through here?
I immediately recognized that she looked very much like her Aunt Margaret, and I was quite thrilled by that, and to see the family line and the continuity of the royalty in Canada especially, and in Newfoundland particularly.
Well, you're certainly dressed the part today, Ms. Thompson. I can't help but notice the real forget-me-not that you have pinned to your lapel here today. Tell us a little bit about that story. It was a little late blooming.
Yeah, normally they bloom around late June. And I went in the garden last night to get some to put in my lapel today, and they hadn't yet bloomed. And it rained overnight for about 5 minutes, so I thought this morning when I got dressed I would go out and see if any of them bloomed, and the whole garden was full of them. So it was very symbolic of the day and the reminiscence of the forget-me-not.
Beautiful, and of course that is the symbol of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment, and so fitting that they would bloom today on the 100th anniversary of Beaumont Hamel.
Or coincidental, shall we say.
Beautiful speaking with you today,
Likewise.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
We'll send it back to you, Anthony and Heather.
Chrissy, thank you very much. Yes, she was bumped for Princess Anne. That's one
Yes.
must always make way for a member of the royal family.
happens.
As they were discussing the forget-me-nots, and we've been mentioning it through this day, and we were mentioning it during the part of our program where we were national in our broadcast, because I'm not sure that everyone in the rest of Canada realizes that this is as an important symbol as the poppy is on November the 11th. But inside the rooms when you arrive, because I say not if you arrive, when you arrive, we know that you're going to want to see this. There was a very striking artistic rendition, I don't know what but installation of the forget-me-not. Tell us a little bit about that, Larry.
So that's an installation that's been in the works for the last 2 years. So anyone that's been visiting the rooms, we had set aside a space, a room where they could go in and they could create their own poppy. And so those are now being hung. So as you're walking into the museum, you're walking under this shower of these beautiful forget-me-nots, which has been our symbol since our very first memorial on July 1st, 1917. And the poppy really took off in 1924 at the opening of the War Memorial. But it's really incredible. We've had kids come in, older people come in, and they set and they've molded these. We wanted to make people part of the process of creating this wonderful gallery.
You succeeded.
Thank you very much.
You were also speaking earlier, we were talking about the camera and then the photographs where the soldiers had their photos taken and how they'd spent their last few dollars to actually get these things taken. You actually have the gigantic camera inside there, and you fashioned it in such a way that I think particularly young visitors to the rooms are going to enjoy that part of the museum a great deal.
Yeah, we wanted to have as much interaction with our audience as possible. So when you're looking at the camera, just in a corner, there's all of these clothes,
and we should
uniforms.
mention also this camera is about the size of a fridge. I mean, this is a 1905 camera.
It
roughly,
is the
right?
original camera that was at the Holloway studio. Went into the studio in 1909,
right.
And it came out in the 60s and was in a private collection, and it came our way last year.
And it's set up in such a way that kids can actually get pictures taken with the actual uniforms, the nurses' uniforms, soldiers' uniforms.
Right. Whatever the uniform they want to get into, and and kids just love that interaction.
And that's the great thing about the whole exhibit, right? There's so much to actually touch and watch and do.
And kids can be anywhere from 3 years old or 1 year old to
52?
80 years. Yeah, because I've seen some older people just try on some of the costumes.
Listening to Princess Anne make her remarks, she mentioned something that Eleanor Gill Ratcliffe mentioned to me during our interview yesterday that we played earlier for you during our broadcast. And that was the one artifact that she wanted me to see, and that was the Newfoundland sock. And there is a corner of the exhibit which is devoted to that, and I think we keep coming back to that because it's such a poignant symbol of the contribution here at home, and particularly the contribution of women to the effort during the war. But talk about that as a symbol, and also the story of Mrs. Osmond that you have in the exhibit, because I think people will be quite struck by that.
So in fact, the idea of making comforts, the socks, the scarves, the gloves were referred to as comforts. The socks in particular really took off because every woman in Newfoundland knew how to knit a pair of socks. Mm-hmm. And so in Morton's Harbour, you had Mrs. Osmond had a son, Doug. Doug went off to the First World War. And barrels of these socks would be sent off to the trenches. And this young fellow, Doug Osmond, a young Canadian soldier, picked out a pair of socks. And there was a note in the socks from Mrs. Osmond.
That's what the women often did, and put a little note to say who knit them for them.
That's right. And so he pulls the note out and he says, oh, there's some Newfoundlanders just up the way there, further up the trench. And so he went up and discovered that the woman who had knit this was her very son.
What are the chances?
What are the chances? And so the mother took some comfort in knowing this, because the son wrote her and said, "You were not going to believe this. I got your socks." But
you can't tell the whole story.
No.
You can't tell the whole story because it's something you really are going to want to come to the rooms to actually see. You don't want to blow it because it's very poignant.
Thanks for saving me.
Yeah. All right, as you can tell, we're still providing you with coverage from the rooms here. I'm Anthony Germain with Heather Hiscox and Larry Dowie. The proceedings inside are slightly delayed, but Princess Anne should be well underway with her tour. And Anne Chafe, the director of the rooms, is giving that tour. I suspect that Ms. Chafe probably has a few butterflies.
I would think so. But if you want to go back to the socks for a minute.
Sure.
On our travels, we traveled to 15 different communities around the province to get the artifacts, the archival material. And I visited one lady in Corner Brook, and she had the original pattern.
Really?
Oh, yeah, because these patterns...
I thought they did this from memory.
Oh, no, for this, they had to be a particular sock, a particular pattern. And in fact, so if it was red, there was a red rim around it. That signified it was large. Blue was medium, and the white was small. So when you reached into the barrel, you wanted to grab the one with the red rim if you had big feet.
Right.
But this lady in Corner Brook actually had the original pattern. And then we discovered that there was a pattern that was sent out to every WPA around the province, and women in every kitchen were
doing that.
working for the
It's
same
extraordinary.
power.
15,000 women in the WPA across the province.
And they were also
the
knitting
colony.
these caps, these toques.
Yes.
And so in a lot of the photographs, you're going to see all these young men are wearing
those
these
toques.
toques, these knitted caps.
Very famous capsules.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw things over to my colleague, Chrissy Holmes, who's been talking to people here on the grounds of the rooms. Chrissy.
Oh, yes. Thanks so much, Anthony. I've just found a very popular man over here, a veteran himself. Introduce yourself to us, sir.
Well, the name is David Oberg. I come from a town just south of Chicago.
And what brings you here, Mr. Obert?
My daughter been here for 40-some years, and we've been coming up that long.
Oh.
She taught school, and so I feel like a Newfoundlander.
Wow.
So I enjoy it up here. I get treated like royalty.
So tell me a little bit about why it was important for you to come here today.
Well, I'm very interested in situations like this. I don't think that the veterans get enough of a fair shake. I really don't. And maybe even less in Canada than we do at home.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. I don't see the flags flying like we do at home. And we have Memorial Day. We have 4th of July. And we have Veterans Day. But I don't see much of that here. I think they should. I really do.
Tell us a little bit about your experience and where you served.
Chrissy, thank you very much, and thank you to your guest joining us on this beautiful day. We want to, though, return to the view inside because we now have exclusive access to the tour that Anne Chafe is giving to Princess Anne. And Larry Dowie is with me, and we're not going to leave this site because we're going to travel along with the princess as Anne Chafe gives her the tour. And she's been allotted, Larry, you were telling us yesterday, 15 minutes. Unless the princess wants to stop and linger and ask questions about particular exhibits, correct? So set your clocks, because here we go.
So our hope originally was that there would be designated stops, but we were told by the palace that the way it works is that the Princess Royal will decide on what's the most significant. So
Now, this is wonderful. This is going to be most people's first glimpse at this extraordinary Royal Newfoundland Regiment gallery. And when we've talked about how it is all about the stories, it is all about the faces. And look at the eyes. This is what greets you, Larry, when you arrive.
That is the most impactful. And these are all young men and women. There's no rank here. They're from communities throughout Newfoundland and Labrador. And each one has its own story.
So you see the Royal Naval Reserve there on the right. You see some of the women, the 175 or so who went, professional nurses or the VAD, the Voluntary Aid Detachment. And she's stopping to look at that. Eleanor Gill Ratcliffe said the eyes follow you, and they do.
They do. And the eyes are really quite haunting. They're the eyes of some are very young men who have not yet seen war, and some are the eyes of men and women who have been at war. There's an image there of Maisie Parsons. Maisie Parsons was a nurse, and she wrote the most descriptive, very emotional letters about how painful it is to be a nurse in France in a hospital, and she couldn't speak French. So she couldn't speak to her patients.
To try to comfort them, and they were seeing some horrible things. So many of the letters reflected that. In the foreground, so there's a display case here where you see again, some of them are replicas, but some of them are originals, and there was that great coat. We just passed the shot of that, of what they wore as they headed off on that day to board the Florizel and headed overseas.
That's right. And that great coat is really even more significant because it comes out of a collection of a Victor Taylor. Victor Taylor, 50 years ago, in 1966, for the 50th anniversary, traveled to Beaumont Hamel. And while he was at Beaumont Hamel, he kept a journal. And one night he wrote in his journal, "I can't believe that I'm back at Beaumont Hamel, the very place." He was walking around in trenches that he had dug in 1916.
Really?
So he went back to the scene of battle. Now quite changed, but quite impactful.
So if you're just joining us perhaps, what you're looking at is our very first glance inside the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Gallery, which is going to open to the public tomorrow, but is being given an exclusive preview to Princess Anne, the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. And our broadcast that you're watching across Newfoundland and Labrador is on a big screen behind us on the grounds of the rooms, and I can tell you, Larry, that people are looking because they too are seeing this for the very first time. What is she commenting on there particularly?
She's commenting now on the different insignias of the different paramilitary groups that were in Newfoundland, from which the Royal Newfoundland Regiment.
Because in the original, of course, when the call for recruits went out, there was no military infrastructure in the colony, and so it was the Catholic, the Anglican, the Methodist, the Presbyterian church brigades, and the frontiersmen, and they were among the first recruits, weren't they?
Yeah, well, I would think there's about 400 of the, what we refer to as the first 500 would have come from these already existing paramilitary organizations.
So I think this is going to be longer. Anthony, we were checking our watch because we were setting our clock to see if it was going to be a very perfunctory 15-minute tour, but she seems to be most enthralled, and I think this will take some time. She's looking at the insignias now and moving through. So this is, when we talk about the first 500, the Blue Patties, of course, as they're also known, this is the group that she's really seems to be dwelling on right now.
Yeah. And right now she's looking at, in particular, some material that relates to the Navy, because of course we had a standing Navy, we didn't have the Army. So we did have a lot of young men had already signed up to go over, had gone over with the Navy before the Newfoundland Regiment left here.
Now, putting that together as far as an archive, was that challenging for you? Because it's difficult because there was no Newfoundland Navy. Of course, they joined the Royal Naval Reserve and were involved in virtually every naval capacity during the First World War, gunners or right on through. But so their stories are not collected in any one central place. Was it challenging to find to trace their paths?
And it still remains very challenging because, of course, now they're looking at Newfoundlanders in the different countries that they signed up with, or divisions, or naval, and so there on that particular spot that she's at, there's reference to the Newfoundlanders to join the Canadians, and it's very difficult to track because we had Newfoundlanders working all over the world.
Yes.
And so we'd have a Newfoundlander who signed up in the United States, but we wouldn't know unless a family could come forward and say. And lots of people who were in Nova Scotia, Sydney, Nova Scotia, they were over there mining.
And many, of course, Newfoundlanders, as I mentioned earlier with Ed Roberts, who volunteered with the Canadian Army, an estimated 3,000 or so, which is a significant number. That's a wonderful mural. Is that the soldier? Is that Pleasantville?
That's Pleasantville. That's like a very, very powerful image. These are the boys and the young men that signed up for the regiment. These are the first. Among those are those first 500 that...
and these guys are really, really green at this point, right?
And of course, there was the community effort through the Newfoundland Patriotic Association. The cry went out. People provided rifles, provided the tents, provided the gear. They had nothing. There was no, as we were saying, Anthony, no military infrastructure. All provided so they could train here. And then, of course, they went on to further training in the UK. And that was really, wasn't it, Larry, when it dawned on these young men, the scope of what they were entering? There were so many people their training camps in Scotland and England, they were massive and very professional, and suddenly it was, this is not necessarily adventure and fun, this is serious business.
Well, I think the Newfoundlanders realized on their first day out of St. John's that this is bigger than we ever thought it was going to be. But they were on a vessel called the Florizel. It left St. John's October the 4th, and they joined up with a convoy. And there was a guy who was on the boat, and he wrote that the Florizel is a canoe compared to the other vessels.
Just to interrupt you for 1 second, I know Princess Anne actually picked up one of the socks there and was asking Anne Chafe, the director of the rooms, quite a few questions about those socks, and now they moved on to some of the uniforms and other regalia that you managed to get as you scoured the province for it.
She's actually looking now at the uniform of Bertram Dix, who was a CLB, one of the
Church Lad Brigade.
Church Lads Brigade.
Yeah.
And so Bertram played a significant role at the First World War. And he's one of 54 of the CLB, the Church Lads Brigades, that's buried at Beaumont Hamel with no known grave.
We should probably mention, as regards the Florizel, that one of the artifacts in your exhibition is the bell.
The bell of the Florizel is one of the most powerful. When you're in that section, you're looking at these wonderful photographs, historic photographs, and every minute the bell will ring. It's just, I've mentioned earlier.
These are the toques that you were mentioning.
Yes.
You can see them right there on the right.
And there's the camera. There's the Holloway camera.
And it is massive.
So that's the camera that would have snapped pictures of all the young men that left Newfoundland.
The oval photographs we see behind in the frames, those are the pictures that were taken by that very camera, right?
That's right. We were able to connect the image. And what we did in the background as well, in the Holloway studio, there was a particular background that the soldiers preferred. And so we've recreated that as well. So,
and I think for people watching, now Princess Anne isn't taking opportunity, but that is the part that we've been talking about. You go around that corner and there is a display of the various uniforms, and you can choose which one you would like, whether it be soldier or nurse, and that is where you too, should you visit the rooms, can pose for a picture.
Yeah. She's taken a very keen interest, because when we did the walkthrough, of course, we didn't think she was going to spend so much time here. But this is a very dense timeline that she's looking at.
That's
there.
right.
All of the significant moments from 1914 right up until 1918.
And she has yet to actually get to the part of the exhibit which is exclusively focused on Beaumont Hamel, and she will get there. But one thing I'm struck by is she's asking a lot of questions.
And that wasn't something that I had anticipated, but I know that Anne is she's ready for it. She knows every inch of that.
But I think she'll probably welcome that, because what she was telling us yesterday, she didn't want to tell the story in 15 minutes. There's such a richness that she wanted to develop, so it looks like she's being given that opportunity. We should tell people, should we not, Anthony? We thought we would be finishing our broadcast at this time.
That's true.
3 o'clock, but we are going to indeed extend it.
Yes, we're going to extend this to 3:30 Island time, 3 o'clock in most parts of Labrador, because we want to bring you this tour of the inside of this brand new exhibit, the largest exhibit in the First World War in the country. And the Princess Royal certainly making the most of her time in St. John's. Not every day that we actually get a princess here, and I think she's taking the time to ask the questions she wants. And this is certainly not the protocol that they were hoping for with 15 minutes. And I think that's fantastic.
I do too.
She's not rushing.
Well, you know, she is Colonel-in-Chief of this regiment, and it's obviously not just a name only. We've talked about her close ties, her deep knowledge of, and she's learning more today in this assemblage of artifacts that even you, Larry, I think you've said you've been surprised by what you were discovering in the homes of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians as you went from community to community to assemble this.
We were always amazed at the quality and the quantity of material that families held. It was simply amazing. And not only held it, but they knew the provenance. They knew what the history was. So it had been passed down for 100 years, and they knew that that brooch belonged to, you know, the son who sent it to the mother or sent it to the sister, the postcard that had been sent to the girlfriend, and families kept it in their collections.
As you can see, she's quite animated. I'm not quite sure what's around that corner. I do know that, according to protocol, the Princess Royal cannot go down any area that would lead her into some what they call a dead end,
That's right.
which is a closed-off area. But there are many alcoves within the exhibit, and it's a pity in a way that she can't go into some of them, because some of them I found in our preview tour very, very moving. Particularly the one that has the death pennies.
The death pennies is really quite a...
Explain what a death penny is?
Well, the death penny was the coin, or a coin that was given to the widows or the mothers of these...
The size of a saucer.
It's about the size of a saucer, but the same images of the British...
Britannia.
Britannia, that's
yeah.
right. And so now she's just showing her this incredible... You see the images above there.
Mm-hmm.
These are from the families that we went out and met. And on the computer, you can go in now and you'll get to look at all of the information that we've gathered on each of these.
So she's getting a first-hand look at one of the interactive aspects of the entire exhibit,
and
right?
we certainly didn't anticipate her
No.
looking at one of the interactives.
Can you come back to the pennies, though, because it's in a spot, it's at the end, in the contemplation room. And there are seats where you can sit and think about what you've seen and experienced. But what struck me is on the walls of the contemplation room, in addition to the pennies, are quotations, as you said, in the words of the soldiers, and I wrote some of them down. Tell Dad that I would rather be in the condition I am now in than have failed to fight for my country. Or this one, I am going to do my duty. What motivated these young men, the call to duty, even though they knew they faced dire circumstances, it comes through loud and clear, Larry.
Well, there was times when I was reading letter. The first thing that a mother did on receiving the death penny, she would write to the Department of the Militia or write to the governor, say, "Thank you for the death penny. This is something that I will hold close."
Really?
This is all she has left of the child. And so we thought this is really quite significant. So what we need to do is create a space, a quiet space, a contemplative space, where you can go in and sit down and just remember each one of those
boys
death pennies represents a young man.
That's one of the great photos there with the boys obviously having a good time and hamming it up for the camera. Was the caption something about why would I worry or something like this? Obviously a tongue-in-cheek.
That's right. So it's why should we worry?
But you get a sense of the real camaraderie there, seeing those guys jammed up in that tent with their heads poking out.
Yeah.
And Anthony and I were talking earlier, but that was the reputation. In the accounts of when they would be training in a village in France or in Europe, the reputation of the Newfoundlanders was jovial, singing, happy, joking, the typical personality, and that was certainly conveyed in that photo.
Lots of the journals, lots of the diaries. That's the first thing that they'll identify Newfoundlanders, and they'll try to lure them over to their camps, to their parties, because they're singers. They love doing recitation.
Can tell a joke or two.
They tell a joke or two. They were good fellows to have at a party.
What you see right next to the Princess Royal there, which you can see briefly, was a monitor of another character, and one of the high features, one of the really high value features in this exhibit. You can go to places and push a button, and very professional performances of an actor from a given time will actually start and blow you away with fantastic stories told from the point of view of the character. And you've got quite a few of those put in through here. Yeah. What was the thinking behind that? Because I got to say, I watched two of them yesterday. One of them brought me close to tears, and one did. What were you guys aiming to do with these?
Interpretation. We wanted to have these characters tell their stories, and a lot of younger people no longer relate to a panel or a storyboard. They want some way to interact with it. So we had these digital characters created. So we have their own words. Then we gave the words to a great Newfoundland writer, Michael Crummy, and Crummy
fantastic novelist,
gave these young actors words, and then they played around with the words. They are incredible because they tell the story of exactly how a soldier was, how a nurse was, how...
What Anthony referred to was the story of a runner who was talking about what happened as they were going over the top, prior to the Newfoundlanders going over the top, and he tells the story of someone who couldn't see what's happening, but he knew what was happening. It was the slaughter before the Newfoundlanders were sent. It is extraordinary, that story.
That's Private Stacy, and so we actually...
And the artifact.
The artifact is the mailbag, and then you have the digital character. You have someone who's speaking the words that were extracted from the letter written by Stacey describing the aftermath of July the 1st.
I say the artifact because, as it was explained to us, that you actually have the artifact next to this fantastic performance of what he went through. But this is believed to be the actual satchel that carried the orders telling the regiment to go over the top.
And that's right.
I mean, that's quite a coup for a museum to acquire.
Oh, it is. It is.
I mean, these were the orders.
Yeah. And we with every one of these digital characters, there's an artifact there or an archival document that relates to the story. So it is authentic. There's a definite provenance with each of the...
Again, going back to that story, that runner, Stacey, he knew the futility of the mission. He had seen it.
Yeah.
But of course, they were sent anyway.
And the Princess Royal is now entering the part that is about Beaumont Hamel. And here you see this trench effect as the hallway gets more narrow, and the frames are all made with wood. And that's the soldier that we were talking about. That's the satchel right there.
That's right.
And that is the runner behind him, just behind the Princess Royal. And this is where we're getting into the real Beaumont Hamel side. And you see the machine gun there, the German machine gun in the background, which was responsible for mowing down so many of our guys.
500 rounds a minute, isn't that what's in the label is attached to that there, Larry?
Yeah. And so you'll also notice that it's getting darker, more somber.
Narrower.
And now we're coming into one of the most incredible areas. This is the danger tree. So this is where the Newfoundland Regiment on July 1st, 1916, some made it as far as this tree, this burnt out hulk. And so we thought it was important because it's so iconic in our story. And we wanted that tree to be very much part
It's marvelous that you have it there in the center, and behind it you have a picture of the actual danger tree from 1916 or 1917, the only living structure, the only vegetation left, because it had been so bombarded by that heavy artillery barrage that it was the only thing left. And unfortunately, a lot of the members of the regiment thought falsely that if you got there you might have some safety, but it actually provided very, very little protection, and the men got caught up in the wire and they were just sitting there for the Germans.
Just beside the danger tree, the soldier. You have a replica or a model, a mannequin of a soldier going into battle as he would have looked going over the top. And the tucking of the chin is such a poignant detail. Share that, Larry.
So that's the idea. It actually comes out of the words of one of our diaries. It's another document that we have. And this one here is quite significant. This is
This is Thomas Ricketts.
Thomas Ricketts.
Yes.
This is the BC, right?
Yes.
The Victoria Cross. So Tommy Ricketts was one of two Newfoundlanders got it, but he was the only one in the Newfoundland Regiment. And that's on loan from the National War Museum.
But to get back to Heather's question about the soldier, I understand that the model, you actually have a descendant of that soldier, and his face is the face that was made for that?
Yeah, and it was we did it all in-house, so we had a call out for descendants of men of the 1st Newfoundland Regiment. A number of young men stepped forward, and so we molded his face, and we wanted to structure it such that we could get it to relate to the reference, the historic reference, where Newfoundlanders just bowed their heads down as if they were going into a storm.
And that panel that the Princess Anne is looking at right now has a prosthesis, a false arm, a false leg, and a wheelchair, and some of the really sad reminders of how a lot of these men did not come home whole.
That's right. But we've got some really great stories too of, the wheelchair. What are you going to do with a wheelchair in rural Newfoundland where there is no pavement, it was just dirt roads? So this guy brings home his wheelchair, he just parks it. And so then for 40, 50, 60 years it was a toy for the kids. The kids just loved having it around.
Of course.
And now it is there. These are the death penalties to which we were referring earlier.
Yeah, so this room is the quiet room, the contemplative room, where we're inviting people to come in and sit and just be quiet. Just think about what you're after seeing. Think about these young men that each one of these coins
Princess Royal's not supposed to go into a dead end, but she's getting pretty close there, Larry. Her aide-de-camp is going to get very angry at her. But as Heather said, the quotations on the wall inside there, this contemplative room, to think about things, I found that to be especially moving yesterday, because we can talk about the pointlessness of the battle, but there is no questioning the bravery. And when you read that, there's no question that if a person thinks they're going to make a difference by going into a battle where they know they're going to die, that is bravery. And some of the quotations there, they really make you want to sit down and take a deep breath.
Larry, we're reaching the point in the exhibition where it starts to take a thematic turn, doesn't it? With not only the honoring of the sacrifice, but then the questioning of, was it worth it?
So we're actually coming out now. Now we're at the...
Close to the exit, right?
Close to the exit. This is the Forget-Me-Not. So this is another interactive. So we've taken the Forget-Me-Not and we're inviting people to tell us about your experience. What did you see in there? And on this other side here, we're looking. So these are icons that are here in Newfoundland. Memorial University takes its name from the First World War. Street names in St. John's. The National War Memorial. These are all icons in our history, and we want people to remember that they're there because of the First World War. This is why we did this. So it
also gives chances for people to sort of register their emotions and their feelings, as well as their thoughts of everything, because you can leave that as a memento of your visit to the rooms to this exhibit, and leave it there for other people to see.
And this is the final thought. I believe this is the part where they're stopping. And on this part of the wall is what we know the First World War to be, the war to end all wars. But you've added a question mark, Larry, to leave people with the war to end all wars, question mark, was it? You know, obviously it has not been. We are still facing war now today. And
And you quickly realize that when you cut around the corner and you see the visitor book that was at Beaumont Hamel. Now, the visitor book is dated 1940s, and so that's when the Germans take France again. They now control Beaumont Hamel, and so you have German soldiers walking into the guest house, the visitor center at Beaumont Hamel, and they're writing in there, and then you realize, oh my goodness, these guys went through all of this, and now it's retaken. Right?
So the Princess Royal started the tour by unveiling a plaque that she was officially opening this exhibit, and she just signed a guest book of her own on the way out. Anne Chafe, the director of the rooms, curtsied, and the princess is now leaving the building.
And Larry and I set our watches. It was 49 when she began, so that is a good 22 minutes, 23 minutes that she spent. And obviously, Larry very much enjoyed it. What's your reaction as you saw that?
I thought it was fabulous. I really appreciate the fact that she took such a personal interest, that she took that time just to spend with all of that work that we've done over the past 4 years.
Is there anything going on inside the rooms today? Because obviously this is going to be a day that many people are going to remember. Will there be, I noticed some photographers in there, and I'm not sure who they were with. How is the rooms, this might not be a fair question to ask you because it's just happened, how is the rooms going to remember what's happened here today with the princess being here? Are there any plans for that to your knowledge?
All of this is being documented. We have an arrangement with CBC, so all of the film, all of this is documented.
Right.
Inside we have photographers documented. And all of the, so anything that's created will find its way into the archives, because I'll make that my personal
mission. We're going to just leave our scene for just a moment, because we've been mentioning, Anthony, that people have been remaining on the grounds of the rooms, and they've been watching our broadcast on the big screen, and they too getting an exclusive look inside the exhibit that has now just been seen by Princess Anne. Chrissy Holmes has been speaking to some of them, and she's once again live with us. So Chrissy, to you.
Thanks so much, Heather. I'm sitting here with Teresa Cantwell and Heather French, and they're watching the screen, actually wondering if, Teresa, you're wondering if you're going to see your great uncle. Tell us a little about him.
My grandmother's twin brother, Andy Joseph O'Brien from Topsail. And he was wounded. He was one of their first, he was in the Battle of the Somme. And he was wounded, and he came home. He married a Scottish girl, and Jean Wall was her name, and came home, reared his family in Topsail. And
I think what the story that I walked in on between two of you, which was really interesting, was you remember him well, but you saw his face unexpectedly at an exhibit from your friend Heather. I'm going to bring Heather in now. So Heather, you're a quilter. Pick up on this story. How did this all happen?
Well, Cabot Quilters Guild decided to ask a few people to make blocks for a commemorative World War I quilt, and it turned into 17 wonderful quilts. And the Cabot Quilters Guild had their quilt show down at Jack Byrne Arena a few weeks ago, and when we were there viewing for the first time the exhibit of these 17 beautiful quilts, Teresa found her great uncle.
So how did all this happen? Had you given the photograph, or?
No, I just remembered his picture. I have a picture of him, the same one that was on the quilt. And when I seen it, I said, oh my goodness, this is Uncle Andy. And so I went home and went back to the quilt show the following day and took my sisters with me. And I was standing up in front of it and I was pointing out, this is Uncle Andy right here. And those two girls in front of me said, that's our grandfather. Two cousins of ours that we never met before.
And you wouldn't have met had you not made that connection.
Right.
That's such a special story, and I'm loving that we're hearing so many of these stories on the ground here today. Thank you so much for stopping to tell us all of that. It was lovely to meet you, Teresa and Heather, and we'll send it back to you, Anthony and Heather.
All right, Chrissy, thank you very much.
Chrissy Holmes has her own story, and as we end up winding down our coverage, we hope to get back to Chrissy in the field and ask her. Chrissy, we talked to Jeremy Eaton before, and I was telling both Heather and other guests this morning, what's amazing working in the CBC in Newfoundland is how many of my colleagues have direct personal connections to what happened 100 years ago. Jeremy shared his story. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Chrissy, but I know you've got an excellent story too, and I'm sure a lot of people would like to hear it. So just tell me about your connection, your family connection.
Yes, well, my great-grandfather, Thomas Connors, was number 170 in the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. He was a mariner, eventually a master mariner, and he would have been one of the 68 that answered the roll call the next day. He went on to captain the Portia. He was the last man to see the Southern Cross in the Great Sealing disaster. And my mother wrote a beautiful Facebook post about him today, thinking, had he not answered that roll call, how many more men would have lost their lives in years later. He had also played a role in helping to save Americans from the Truxtun. He played a great role in several naval historical points, and we're all very happy that he was one of the fortunate ones that answered roll call the next day. But my grandmother always said that she, on November 11th and on Canada Day, he would have a moment where he would look out his window on Cathedral Street, and that's where they lived, and would have a cry. But he never talked about any of that stuff in the presence of women, because that's the way men were at that time.
Like so many veterans. Thank you, Chrissy.
Oh, thank you so much. The first 500, and she knows number 170. We've been hearing today, really the focus for all of our coverage going on now 5 hours has been the stories of the soldiers and of their families here. And Ted Baker was the lead singer of Hey Rosetta. You know him well, I know. Tim Baker. He was wanting to capture in song the individual experience, because what it would be like if you were one of the first 500, what it would be like if you were Chrissy Holmes' grandfather. So he went about researching this, thinking about what it would be like to have been one of those young men heading overseas, and he's written a beautiful song called White Cross. We'd like to play that for you now.
Word came down from the holy gods on high to the holes in the ground. Lazarus, get up. Isaac, kneel down and wait for the whistle. You thank God that you were not the first. You lay your back against the black and bloody wall of earth. Check your kit and sort of sing some automatic words. And you watch them dying. You can see their blue patines, like they're back home in the waters of the bay, knee deep. And when their legs all go to hell and haul them underneath, you see the bays falling with them. In the din and the deafening roar, can hear the strains of Father Hayes from that faraway shore, saying, fear not those that kill the flesh, they cannot kill the soul. But still you fear them. Before you think you're the brink as well, tucking in your chin as in some winter gale, you run, you rail against the high winds of hell, and in slides the steel with a pain you've never known, then a strange and radiant familiar glow, and cold calm water up your shins it crawls, and off you're going home, going home.
White Cross,
Beautiful.
Tim Baker, absolutely beautiful melody, and the talented Tim Baker, front guy with Hey Rosetta, a beautiful, beautiful song. We're winding down our coverage here from the rooms. I'm Anthony Germain here with Heather Hiscox. Been a pleasure working with you as always. It's good to see you again.
Larry, thanks.
I was wondering, Larry, any final thoughts about the day and what you take away from it and what you hope people realize 100 years after the battle at Beaumont Hamel, the first day of the summer, deadliest day in Newfoundland military history?
Well, I just flashed back to day one, 4 years ago, when I became part of this process, working with a great group in the archives, the museum, the art gallery. We went out into the community, we collected archival material, artifacts. We said we'd be respectful, we'd create the best possible exhibit. I just hope we've done that.
What an honor. You know, you come from away, as I have, and you can read about the history and the devastation and, you know, the impact. But to be here today, what a pleasure to see it come to life, to see what it means. And I'll go home wearing this very proudly indeed. Thank you for letting me share it with you both.
It's been a pleasure having you here. And Larry, again, I thank everybody at the rooms for being here. It's been a wonderful day.
Thank you.
I'm Anthony Germain here with Heather Hiscox. We've been here for many hours, a little longer than we thought we'd be. I hope that you've enjoyed what you've seen. And of course, if you're in and around the St. John's area, you really should make a point of coming here to see this marvelous exhibit. You will not regret it. I hope that you've had your appetite whetted to see some Newfoundland history. Thank you so much for watching.
Too soon to leave this earth. How could all your work be done? Ash to ash and dust to dust. Seemed to me you'd just begun. When grief invades my soul, there's comfort in I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. This is our prayer for you, and maybe someday we will know. Que votre sacrifice se souviendra toujours. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. Ash to ash and dust to dust. There is nothing left undone.
I'll sing for you because I need to.
Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. I'll sing for you because I need to. Right now, this is all I know. I'll sing so we will not forget you. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. I will sing you home. I will sing you
Come back. You come back by Christmas.
I will, I promise.